Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to sponsor the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49ers series. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence are at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. Founded by ocean racing champion Mark Richards and built using our ocean racing-inspired proprietary V-Warp technology. Delivering unrivaled fuel efficiency and class-leading performance without compromise. Experience the true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.
We're extremely excited. We've had the team here now for 7 days. Spoke to them the other evening. They're really excited to be here. They've had a fantastic training session. The wind's been good. They've certainly been struggling to get their arms around the currents, but some of the footage we've been seeing is just incredible. So there's a really interesting aspect to this, which is obviously with the Whitsundays being announced as an Olympic sailing venue for 2032. We're really excited about having them here. We'll do this year, next year and every year leading through 2032, and hopefully it becomes a legacy event for us. Some of the thinking is about bringing some of the Northern Hemisphere teams down here next year again and really building that out into a bit of an Olympic program for us, which really is exciting and a great adjunct to the 40th anniversary of Hamilton Island Race Week. We flew in earlier this week, and as we flew over the Lindeman Island, we banked to the port side, and the entire plane was watching 7 or 8 of these young team members racing down to the south. It was just a spectacular sight for us from an overall excitement standpoint for the Hamilton Island Race Week, and obviously for the Australian Olympic team and the New Zealand Olympic team as well. Have a look at that. It's Wild Oats 10 just coming through for a bit of a test sail, which we're really excited about. So Mark Richards and the team, 2004 boat, which is absolutely fantastic, 66 footer. We've got the team out there. Really excited about this. We are super excited about that. We're looking forward from Sunday through Tuesday to have both the males and the females of 49ers and the 49er FXs sailing together in an exhibition series. We'll have them all on the water at the same time. 45-minute racing format. We're really excited. We're going to have all of the keel boat sailors back in by that time, celebrating that off the Hamilton Island Yacht Club. We're really excited about the idea of having Olympic sailing in the beautiful Whitsunday Islands, and there's nothing more picturesque, as everyone knows, than Hart Reef, Whitehaven Beach, some of those iconic Great Barrier Reef experiences. As an opportunity for us to showcase Australia and showcase Queensland to the world, it's super exciting, and I think, as I discussed with you earlier on, we announced the resumption of a regular scheduled air service between Hamilton Island and Cairns yesterday. So that means that every major East Coast arrival port into Australia, whether it's Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane and now Cairns, is accessible to Hamilton Island in 2.5 hours, which just really makes us really somewhere fantastic, both not only for domestic tourism but also for the international arrivals. This is an incredible event for us. It's 40 years of Hamilton Island Race Week. We're really looking forward to the next 40 years of Hamilton Island Race Week. We've got a beautiful opening ceremony happening this evening. Bob Oatley's widow, Valerie Oatley, is going to be doing the flag raising. It's just a super special event for us. There's a lot of monumental things happening, a lot of investment by the Oatley family into Hamilton Island, and we're really thinking about the future, not only of Race Week, but the future of sailing in Australia, the future of sailing in the Whitsundays, the Olympics in 2032, everything the Queensland government's looking to do. So, we're proud of it. We're certainly proud to play our part.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Hamilton Island Race Week, the 40th anniversary of this incredible event presented by Amex. You can see that it is a little bit quiet on Dent Passage, and not surprisingly, the incredible race committee have decided to put up a postponement flag. So we are in a holding pattern at the moment with these incredible yachts. 155 boats racing at Hamilton Island Race Week this year. Beautiful Ciao Bella on the screen now, warming up as part of Hamilton Island Orange. And I can run you through exactly who will be racing in the passage today. We have the trailer sailors starting here in Dent Passage, the non-spinnaker boats, as well as Hamilton Island Yellow, Hamilton Island Orange, Hamilton Island Pink, Hamilton Island Multi-Hull White, and Hamilton Island Multi-Hull Black. So all of the starts that happened out in Eastern yesterday. It is day 2 of this incredible event. My name is Nick Douglas. My absolute pleasure to be with you here. Whether you're watching on Front Street at Hamilton Island, listening up on the Bommy Deck as you're watching this incredible action for yourselves, or if you're tuning in on the Hamilton Island YouTube channel or Sailor Girl channels, it's incredible to have you here for what will no doubt be a fantastic week of events. Today, the breeze is still a little bit unstable. We do have a system over us that is meaning that we are getting some interesting sea breezes. A little bit of southeast at the moment, but we may end up with a nor'easter later, as we did yesterday. But from tomorrow, the trade winds are building. Lay Day looks spectacular, the 20th, and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to close out the 40th edition of this momentous event will be incredible with a southeaster. So that AP is flying. If we head down to the water, you will see that the boats are chilling out. They don't even have their head sails out yet. They are completely relaxed. So, I mean, if you had to be out on a boat somewhere hanging out with your mates, I think you really couldn't pick a better venue. But if we're talking about serious racing, we have a lot of that here at Hamilton Island Race Week. And later on this afternoon, we will have the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series back in the passage as well, with a few little Easterlies. Awesome. I actually just have someone from the race committee who's popped down to have a little bit of a chat with me. Robin, you're part of the race committee. It's an incredible privilege, I know, to do that. Can you tell me how much work goes on behind the scenes that some of these sailors and visitors and viewers may not actually know? Like, you know, give me a rundown of what your mornings look like so far.
Well, Dennis Thompson runs a very tight ship. This year he's got a team of 23 very professional volunteer, international jury and race officials under his esteemed guidance, that's the word. And yeah, so the morning starts quite early for them, and you know, Dennis is looking at the weather and what courses he'd like to choose for his sailors, and looking at the currents and the way that the wind will swing around. So there's a fair bit of planning that goes into the races that are chosen. And we look at how we can get the best racing away for the competitors that have come all the way to Hamilton Island.
I know, what a very special job. And I'm guessing you've popped down here to give me a little bit of an update on what's happening with the racing. No, she hasn't at all. She's just having a sticky beak at the amazing studio. We've got Boudica on the screen there, beautiful boat from Townsville Yacht Club. Great to have them here. We have visitors from all over Australia visiting us here at Hamilton Island Race Week. Western Australia, there's a US boat entered, as well as a few Kiwi boats, I believe. So, yeah, we're in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment, but I can tell you now that it will be an incredibly glorious day in the Whitsundays. When we go back to the water, here is one of our beautiful little trailer sailors, carbontest.au. one of the smallest boats in this fleet. You can see some of the marshals moving through the fleet as well, because Dent Passage is right near the Hamilton Island Airport. You see a little bit of current on that boat, one of our Hamilton Island orange boats, C'est la vie. Hayayama on the screen now as well. They're proudly flying their battle flag off the back of their boat. I believe that when every skipper or owner collected their welcome pack this year, they do have a 40th anniversary commemorative flag, which is excellent. And meanwhile, over in the Eastern Passage, the rating 1, 2 Super 40 classes and racing multi-hull will be starting at about 10:45. Back to on water, Cyan Moon. A lot of females on this crew sporting their pink hats, ready to go in Hamilton Island orange. And once again, the starting order, once we do get going, will be the trailer sailors, then non-Spinnaker grey, Hamilton Island yellow, Hamilton Island orange, Hamilton Island pink, Hamilton Island multi-white, and Hamilton Island multi-black. Looks like a tough job out on those jet skis. I mean, there's our broadcast boat coming into frame as well. A few super yachts heading out for a glorious day in the Whitsundays. A hive of activity. If you have just joined us, we are waiting for breeze here at Hamilton Island Race Week with the Dent Passage starters. I feel like we could maybe do some interviews over the side. Keep running on the screen now, one of Hamilton Island Yellow's boats. One of the smaller boats. That might actually be a trailer sailor. It looks quite small. We'll give them a wave. Yay! Hello! They perhaps can hear me out on the water. That's a bit frightening, isn't it? Beautiful views back to the Hamilton Island Marina as well. And there's the airport right in the frame there. You can see that the crews are just getting themselves organised, chilling out on the back. Charm offensive. Having a little bit of a chat. When are we going to get to go racing? They might even stand up Hamilton Island Pink members. Smile. Having a look over the course sheets as well. That's the course sheet. Probably the navigator there. You're just giving us a wave. Beautiful water. A few of the tenders heading through the fleet as well. That is a tender. There are some beautiful boats in the Hamilton Island Marina. Very special destination, that is for sure. Some of our multi-hull cruisers coming into the frame here. We have two divisions, multi-hull black and multi-hull white, separated by size and weight. Avalanche, multi-hull white, a favourite boat here at Hamilton Island Race Week. Always having a great time, that team. Lovely to have them back for the 40th edition. We'll just give a little bit of a scoot right round this boat. Oh, look at that. Absolutely glorious. So Avalanche, Craig Malloy, it's a lid guard 52 feet of catamaran in the frame. Speaking of big boats, check out this Riviera heading right through the fleet. It's a monster. The view from the bomby deck is fantastic. If you are on the island, and we are live to all of the TVs in the hotel room as well, it would be great to have you here at the Yacht Club joining us. Masquerade on the screen, giving us a wave. One of our trailer sailors. Masquerade is owned by Tom Vujanovic. That's a name for you. Mars 750, a little 750. That's so cool. Boats of all sizes, widths. We love every single boat here. All we need now is a whale. That would be good. Have a whale just come straight through the passage. It happened the other day when the 49ers were out training. And speaking of the 49ers, they will have day 2 of racing later on today from 15:30. Whether you want to watch on the big screen on YouTube or, of course, here at the bomby deck. The sausage sizzle will be here too, everybody, if you're on the island. So head this way. Hello. That's a yacht I could get on board. Look at it. It's beautiful. I could live on that. Hamilton Island Orange getting a wave. I believe that's Ciao Bella. Yeah, there we go. Ciao Bella. Just gorgeous. Hamilton Island Orange has some new people to Race Week, but also some who have been returning for many years. Obsession, Rampallion, Ruthless, Salty, Toucan, Wind Maiden. And we continue to float. I think I have a little bit of a look out to Eastern Passage and see if they've managed to get away. It doesn't look like they've started yet. Just having a little bit of a look on marine traffic myself. Quite a handy app. As we wait for breeze. I think this catamaran that's heading through the fleet is a Spectator, but bigger day out on the screen. Hamilton Island Silver, which is the non-Spinnaker division, taking it easy in Hamilton Island Grey. Bigger day out, owned by Remco Penn, a Beneteau Oceanus 45. Oh, no wonder it looks good. Oh, Malalo, they are racing. I think in Hamilton Island White, which is the multi-hull class. Plenty of room on that boat to get down below. Look at that. Hello. I'm not sure they're racing actually, but it looks like it would be very handy when ocean going. Back to the wide frame here. Still just waiting for any puff of wind. It does look like there's a line of breeze. If we go to the wide shot here from up on the bomby deck, there is some breeze filling in from the southern end of the passage. Hopefully that helps us out here in Dent Passage. Namaji on the screen. Yay! That is our Canberra Yacht Club ocean racing team. Gotta love the Canberra team. Travel all the way around Australia. The boat is never in Canberra, obviously, but they travel quite extensively to take part in regattas all the way around the country. Big shout out to Namaji. Firefox, believe is in Hamilton Island yellow on the frame, one of the larger yachts in the cruising divisions. You can see they're not always separated by size, but by speed. Oh, look at this. This is what Hamilton Island Race Week is all about. One of our beautiful trailer boats. Oh, with the Akubra as well. That is just so Australian. Look at that. That makes me want to go on holidays. Absolutely stunning. Something for everyone. A cruising boat coming through the fleet as well as we switch down to the water. Still not too many ripples down there. But if you look in the distance on the horizon on the live feed, maybe I'm being optimistic. I am an optimistic person, but it does look like there is a line of breeze perhaps travelling this way. My fingers are very crossed. Oh, we've come back for round 2. Oh, Jamui. Oh, big shout out to those guys. They had a massive crash at Airlie Beach Race Week, and they've managed to put the boat back together and get over here for Hamilton Island Race Week. So big shout out to those guys as well. Back to our wide shot, and you can still see all these boats milling about. If you've just joined us, we're here for day 2 of Hamilton Island Race Week, the incredible 40th anniversary of this event presented by Amex. And we are standing by to stand by in Dent Passage with our trailer sailors, our non-Spinnaker division boats, as well as Hamilton Island yellow, Hamilton Island orange, Hamilton Island pink, Hamilton Island multi-hull white, and Hamilton Island multi-hull black. It's very peaceful. We might have to ask our on-water studio to go for a swim. Do some underwater shots. Shape on the screen. Getting a wave. Looks like that boat's called Naughty now. Naughty Normal? There's not much racing going on now. You can see the current still moving slightly north, just watching some of the boats sliding, which means the current's still going out. And once that does change, we should be all right. Naughty Nomads it is. I can now get a visual. That's a good name for a boat, actually. Or Nautical Nomads. Getting some waves from the team on board in matching stripy shirts as well. Look at that. They should get ready for the Prix d'Elegance. And in case you've forgotten, the Prix d'Elegance will be on Thursday morning, everyone, the parade, and we will be live streaming that as well so that everyone can check out the incredible costumes and uniforms. But these guys look like they're all ready to go, the Naughty Nomads. Beautiful outfits there on the screen. Everyone gets some airtime today as we make our way through the passage with our on-water Highfield studio. Panning up to the next boat. It's just glorious on the water. I'm jealous. I think we have a stowaway on board too who's spending his last week at Hamilton Island this week. You have been spotted. A bit too much flag flying happening on that boat and not enough sails flagging, but they're flying. But there's that breeze on the screen now. See that line of darker water, and then it's a little bit glassy and into some more ripples. That is pressure coming up the channel from the south, and my fingers and toes are crossed that does make it to us and we can get these starts away. So many smiling faces. That looks like Wally up at the mast there. Where's Wally? Check that out. Rat Bag is the name of this boat out of Middle Harbour Yacht Club. Also in the non-spinnaker class, owned by Aaron Chadwick. It's an Elan E6. Beautiful. Rat Bag with Where's Wally on the back. Here he comes. Give us a wave, Wally. There might be people watching this broadcast who don't know what Where's Wally is. I've suddenly realised I'm dating myself. Here comes a super yacht back through the fleet as well. So we go back to the on-water shot. Shape coming through the frame. They've got their spinnaker up on the deck. They're hopeful. And it will be a downwind start if this breeze fills in. Shape is in Hamilton Island pink. Yoni Vigor, a Rykel 42. Oh, RP 42, probably sister ships with Black Diamond. Come on, breeze. And here's this lovely catamaran that is in Hamilton Island white. Coming back through the fleet. Oh, just having a little snack up on the bow. Malalo. Erin Maley. It's a gunboat 48. I thought it looked a bit boxy. There's beautiful gunboats. Lots of room downstairs as well. And we've got some locals by the looks. That's old Bricky heading out to have a look at the racing as well. Still not much movement out there on the water. Lovely to be with you, though, as always, from the beautiful Whitsundays. I believe we will have some of our media team heading up on the helicopters today as well for those aerials once this breeze does fill in. If you do want to see more of the action from day one or our Nautilus Marine Insurers, Skippers and Owners Welcome function where we did have the fireworks to mark the opening of the 40th anniversary, you can head to hamiltonislandraceweek.com.au or, of course, any of the social channels. And once again, if you are watching via YouTube, at Front Street, in your hotel room here on the island, or via Sailor Girl channels, it's our absolute pleasure to have you here for day 2 of Hamilton Island Race Week. Everyone's ready. Everyone's starting to point into that southerly, and I'm hopeful. I can feel a little bit of breeze too coming across our studio here. We're downstairs at the beautiful Hamilton Island Yacht Club. Coming past Obsession out of Brisbane. An oldie but a goodie in the Hamilton Island orange. You can see how much the shape has changed in the yachts over the past few years. There's a newer yacht on the left-hand side of the screen, far wider and fatter. And the older boats seem to be quite pointy at both ends, is the easiest way to look at it. The Holman and Pye Obsession was a very good ocean racing boat in her day. And there's the wider looking cruise boat that is more of the shape that we generally see. And we're standing by to stand by. There's a little bit of pressure filling in, as you can see on as you head towards the south. That's our on-water shot there. It looks like crazy looking out towards that breeze as well. And here is the puff that you can see from the bomby deck, that darker patch of water. We do want more of those darker patches. I believe that the eastern course is about to start on time. We've just had communication from our photographer who was out on that racetrack. So rating 1 to the Super 40s and the multi-hull racing divisions should get away relatively on schedule. They were meant to start at 10:45 and they will be starting soon. Final fling. Another one of our multi-hull entrants here. Had to squeeze their bow sticker in between their icon up on the bow there. They've probably got a coffee machine downstairs. That'd be handy. Welcome to sailing. Hurry up and wait, but there's Final Fling from a different perspective as well. She's ginormous. May not be racing Final Fling. I've just had a little squiz through my entry list. Either that or she's under a different name, but beautiful looking boat. So it probably does have a coffee machine. Marshall from the airport having a little bit of a chat to one of our competitors there. I'm confident. I'm just not sure how soon it will happen, but I'm confident that we will get breeze. And this is what we call the barbecue and bimini division. For those who haven't watched my broadcast before, I really, really do enjoy cheering for boats with biminis and barbecues. If anyone can pass my media boat a sausage out on the racetrack, bonus points for you, extra pictures. Looks like we're getting a cruise shot here as well. This is excellent. We might even get a Mexican wave. Look at those uniforms, the cruise shots, ready to go. Just having a look at the breeze as well. Looking for myself too. Some boats are sailing around, the smaller ones. Others have less confidence. They haven't even hoisted a mainsail like this one on the screen here. He's starting to build down the shore at Dent Passage as well. That's positive. Could be another long day for the sailors here at Hamilton Island Race Week. Look at this yacht going sideways on the screen. Tide definitely still running out. They don't even need wind. They can just use the current. Look at that motion from the left to the right of your screen. Talking to a lot of the incredible 49er athletes and coaches that are on the island, that was the thing that they weren't quite ready for, was the current here in the Whitsundays. But it adds that extra degree of difficulty. Got a boat on the left of your screen now going backwards and sideways. That's skill. Back to on water. A lot of sailors standing up, just checking out the conditions. It's incredible how much more vision you can get just from standing up on the side of the boat. You can see this team here all standing up and having a little bit of a look. There is pressure around them, just not enough to race as yet. Amazing. Great to hear from our media team that the racing is definitely underway on Eastern. They've set their racetrack at about 160 degrees, or the breeze is blowing at 160 degrees, which is that southeasterly direction. I do think that will fill in, and it's blowing 6 knots out on that racetrack. Good intel from Eastern Passage on the other side of the island. We are here in Dent Passage with these live starts. I thought that was a turtle. It isn't a turtle. I got very excited. We are so lucky to be here at Hamilton Island Race Week with these beautiful images. I think it's almost impossible to make this venue look bad. It's that beautiful. I'm getting nods from my team here in the studio as well. It is absolutely glorious. And we are starting to see these yachts mill about more. I think the confidence factor is building. The race committee might be sitting on the bomby deck saying, Nick, you're way too confident, and that's standard. I am positive. Look at all the boats on the horizon here, absolutely twinkling. Color of the water. Just so you all know, guys, there's no filters here. This is as it is. This is live. It's coming in fresh. Moon Guider casually gliding across our course here, heading back to the marina. One of the cruising boats from this area. A few cruising cats making their way back in. I can see some of the trailer sailors now quite happily sailing in a little puff of breeze just off the bomby deck. If we go to water level, you can see that those ripples are starting to be more frequent. One of our Hamilton Island orange boats on the screen here, making their way through Dent Passage. I can almost see their sail number. Going back to our friends on Shape. We do have one of the smaller boats here on the right of screen. They are a tiny little boat, and they are motoring. They're not motoring. They're motoring, as in sailing. Another one of our non-spinnaker entrants. The teams that want to head out and just have a beautiful time with their friends and not bother with the extra added difficulty of flying their colourful sail, which is the spinnaker. So when I'm talking about the spinnakers, the colourful sail when they go downwind, the mainsail is the sails that you can see most of the boats have up now so that they're ready to race. And then the front sail is called the jib for those who might be watching from the bomby deck that aren't up to speed on those particulars. Down on the water level, Heartbreaker milling about. A lot of the Hamilton Island Orange boats are sitting closer to the start line. I can feel the breeze. My hair's starting to move. This is exciting. The hairometer. Definitely a darker patch now. We just need it to be a little bit more consistent. And there's Jammu on the screen again. That boat I mentioned had a pretty nasty collision at Airlie Beach Race Week. It holed them on their starboard side and all the stanchions had to come off to do the repair. You can see that the name is actually whitened out in some of those shots on the right-hand side. That's where those repairs had to happen. So pretty incredible job by that team to get the boat fixed and back over here to compete at Hamilton Island Race Week. I said to them, are you still coming to Hamo? Absolutely we are. So good job there. They can fix the paint job later. Just a flesh wound. They're ready to rock. Back up to the bommy deck view. Few more marshals coming into play as well, so we might be getting towards that time of the day where we have planes landing. You can see those marshal boats moving into position. I'm checking the marine traffic and the airport traffic. Pebble Beach. That is from Qualia. Aaron giving us a wave. He's one of the videographers with Broadcast, that do all the daily highlights packages. I think Salty Dingo's out on the Eastern Passage course. Everyone getting ready to capture the action. Ciao Bella back on the screen. Just milling about. Everyone hoping for wind at this point in Dent Passage. Looks quite glassy to the north as well, which is no doubt what the race committee are thinking about. As we had Robin here a little bit earlier, one of the ladies from the race committee, and there is a lot that happens behind the scenes to get this racing off the ground and to consider all of the elements that do come into play when we're out on the water. Speaking of elements, a few of the crew having a bit of a refreshment, some water to keep them hydrated. It's quite hot out in the sun. And speaking of sun, a reminder that you need to make sure you book your skin check if you haven't already with the Skin Check Champions. Brilliant to have them back this year. I think for their 10th Hamilton Island Race Week. Or it's almost in the decade. Been coming for a number of years now to ensure that we're all looking after ourselves in that vicinity. Early detection is key. It's good, actually. When I was younger, we never wore the buffs that you put around your neck and pull up over your face. Everyone's a lot more conscious of it now. Got my Mecca sunscreen on my desk in the content centre as well, ready to go. Oh, look at this. That line of pressure is just not quite filling into the passage. A few just chilling out with their feet in the water here up near the airport. We're quite good at waiting as sailors. Perhaps that's why we're quite, a lot of us are patient people. I'm fairly patient most of the time. Marshall boats starting to move out into position. I've got a feeling I'll go from my marine traffic tracker to my air traffic control tracker and see what's coming up. Just grab onto that buoy, guys. If we go down to the water, look at this buoy. That would be me. I think, though, that's an airport marker. Oh, see the dark water in the distance. Come down here. Have had a few questions about barbecues on boats, and I did mention the barbecue and bimini division. These guys have just made a temporary bimini. They've actually pulled out the bimini, so they've got a bit more shade. Beautiful Oceanus 43. Meanwhile, the catamaran, to leeward of them, has their spinnaker out and ready, ready to hoist. Bit of backwards motion here. It's all tide. I think we've been past this boat before because I can see Wally on the back there. Milling through the fleet. Rampallion on the screen there. Did mention them earlier. They've been coming for many years. Great to have them returning to Hamilton Island Race Week. Just making our way gradually through the fleet. You can see all the boats there lined up effectively north-south. Current and breeze. Current running north, breeze trying to come in from about 160 degrees and not quite making it past the airport. One of the trailer sailors trying to fly a spinnaker. Kind of working, but not quite. I feel like they want to go racing, but it's not quite happening for them. Back to making our way through the fleet. Some of the boats are starting to sit outside the marina so they can potentially be first in. They're the less hopeful. The others that are more hopeful have headed all the way up the passage. Well, it's down the passage actually to the south western corner to try and get into the breeze first. I believe that looks like Cinquante. Beautiful little boat out of Victoria. Another excellent traveller. There's a lot of logistics involved to get boats from Melbourne or Western Australia, as I mentioned, all the way up here to the Whitsundays. Most of them get sailed. Some get trucked, but most of the time they get sailed. There's Wild Oats, the original Wild Oats there on the screen. So many different sizes and shapes. And that's the older hull shape versus the new hull shape. That's perfectly shown there between Aretta and Wild Oats. Aretta a lot wider at the back. Completely designed for cruising. Wild Oats was built to go through waves. Look at her, little bullet. Oh, lovely team. See Banter to the left of your screen from Royal Prince Alfred down in Sydney. Also travelled quite some miles. Oh, and you can see the breeze there. Come on, come to me. So Cinquante in peak, I mentioned it's a little Sydney 38. Just on the left of your screen there. And holy cow. Oh, excellent regulars to Hamilton Island Race Week with many of the Wolverines members on board. If you remember the Wolverines, and they have written many a song about sailing. It was crazy. Beautiful little cur, hence the name Crazy. They are also crazy. Come on, breeze. Oh, there we go, the boom tent. Now that's a good strategy. Little Fidra. And they've come up with this strategy. It looks like they've pulled their main cover straight over the boom. Great job. I told you everybody be jealous of the bimini today. See, there's a bimini, and they've taken the bimini off so that they can be faster, and then realised, oh no, we need the bimini today, so we'll make a boom tent. And as we look at this wider shot of the passage, you can see up in the background the beautiful Dent Island golf course, the Hamilton Island golf course that we have access to from the island here. I think a lot of people will be heading over on Lay Day, in fact, for a lunch or maybe to play a spot of golf. Cyan Moon. Beautiful Oceanus 473. They've rolled up their bimini too. You don't want the windage, but you do want the shade. Oh, this is looking positive. Getting ready with the staysail. One of our Hamilton Island yellow boats making their way across the screen and across the passage. See that tide is still slightly running And unfortunately, that breeze has not progressed any further down the channel. Naughty Nomads coming into frame now. What a shot. Thank you, On Water team. Kind of feels like when we go to this beautiful shot from the bommy deck, it's like when you turn on the TV station in the morning and you're just waiting for the programming to kick in. So if you have joined us, we are live. There is stuff happening, but we don't have breeze yet. So we are standing by for the breeze to fill in the Dent Passage for the starts that we have lined up today for Hamilton Island Race Week, the 40th edition, presented by Amex. Ciao Bella, again on the screen with one of the larger multi-hulls as well. We go from something of that size to something of this size, one of the smaller trailer sailors. Quite a few boats that are in that 6 metre range, which is just tiny. Cruising boats, racing boats. The racing boats have managed to get their starts away over in Eastern Passage. Another Hamilton Island grey or non-spinnaker entrant, Baruya. There's Namaji on the screen again. And here a helicopter coming in as well. Namaji 3, as I mentioned, is from the Canberra Ocean Racing Club, skippered by Peter Ottson. It's a beautiful Bavaria 46. I think we have most states and territories covered at Hamilton Island Race Week, including the capital territory. So I have just had a little bit of a chat with Dennis Thompson, our race director, principal race director here at Hamilton Island Race Week. And he's actually going to go up to the top of the hill to have a little bit of a look at the breeze. So he's not sounding too confident. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is finish off this feed for now. But if anything happens and if anything changes, he will let me know straight away and we will be live once again, not only on the Hamilton Island YouTube page, but across the island on the TVs, on the big screen, and here at the Bommy Deck at Hamilton Island Yacht Club. My pleasure to be with you for the 40th anniversary of Hamilton Island Race Week, presented by Amex. We'll be back very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Hamilton Island Race Week, the 40th anniversary, presented by Amex. The barge just going straight through the start line now. We are live. The race committee's done an urgent drop of the AP. We didn't even know it was happening, but we're getting ready to go with our Hamilton Island classes in Dent Passage. Here we go. We're within the sequence. We're just coming up to 1 minute to go. Very, very soon. As soon as we hear that horn, I'll be letting you know. Now, the start order is exactly the same as what we reported this morning. Really looking forward to getting the racing away. Welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from the beautiful Hamilton Island Yacht Club. And we've had a slow start to the morning, but we are ready to rock here in Dent Passage with the starts. We are live in the hotel rooms on the island. We are live to the big screens. We are live on YouTube, the Hamilton Island YouTube channel, and of course, Adventures of a Sailor Girl on Facebook. The race committee have just gone in to 1 minute to go for our first starts of the day here in Dent Passage. And the first start that will get away today will be our little trailable yachts, the littlest of our fleet here within that 155 boat fleet. The rating courses out on Eastern, they started about 10 minutes after they were supposed to, from what I've been told. But you can see right here under the bommy deck, these little trailable yachts lining up. Our on-water studio is still heading out of the marina. It was a bit of a surprise, but we're here and we're ready to go. Now, within this division, the trailable division, we have, let me count them up, just over 10 boats, ranging in size from little Nolex 25s through to Castle 650s, and they're off and racing. Keep on running. That beautiful Thompson 870 just going past the screen with that orange spinnaker. They have absolutely nailed that start. The breeze from the southeast filling in beautifully. And another orange spinnaker going for a hoist as well. The Catamaran Cruiser coming through, fenders out, ready to go into the marina. $11 boats in this division for the trailable yachts. And the next start to come will be the non-spinnaker division. Course 14 for the trailable yachts, and course 14 also for the non-spinnaker boats. 4 minutes to go for the non-spinnaker division. Some going for a hoist now, a little bit late to start. I think we're all excited to get this racing off and happening. Some thought that it perhaps wouldn't happen. I have seen a few boats head back into the marina, but our smallest boats almost managing to get their kites filled here. There goes our on-water studio out onto the course. We'll be getting live action from on the water as soon as we get her all up and ready to go. And a big thanks to Fraser from Hamilton Island, who is helping us today. He was maybe going sailing on Wild Oats, but instead we've got him on the rib. You know, much better choice there, Fraser. And coming into the frame now, that trailable yacht that had the start of all starts. Keep on running, Paul Jackson. And the little Nolex is coming right underneath the bommy deck now. Now, non-Spinnaker not far off a start now. The non-Spinnaker class is one of the biggest divisions here. I would think there's 17 boats in this division. Another of those trailable yachts coming onto the screen now, heading over towards Dent Island. Current is starting to run to the south. It's starting to come in, and that's likely why these boats were held as well. They will now be able to get home. They've got some wind to take them to the north and some current to bring them back if all else fails. And we've just heard 2 horns. That means that there is a postponement. So it's all eyes on the trailable yachts for the minute. Oh, and I can see why there's been a postponement. There is a plane coming into land. And we'll see this Qantas jet come right through the path. There we go. Right over the yachts there. Welcome to Hamilton Island. The trailables have managed to get away. And a small postponement, no doubt, for the non-Spinnaker boats. As we go back to the starting area, this is the start line, this shot looking straight down the start line. The yellow buoy at the opposite end of where we are on this screen. That's AP down, 6 minutes to a start for non-Spinnaker division. Those trailables still heading to the north. Little jibe from the Nolex. Heading back towards Dent Passage as close as they can get out of that current, which I think is now coming in. And we're back in sequence. If you have just joined us, we had a little wait earlier this morning. But it's an absolutely glorious day here in the Whitsundays. You can just see some of the race committee there standing on the bommy deck. And here are some jet skis coming out for a tour as well, coming into the frame. And I can report now our on-water studio's ready to rock as we get ready for the non-Spinnaker division to get underway. Great work from the team on the high field. You can see the boats all milling about. And the boats that have thus far gotten away in Dent Passage are the little trailer balls. We could just see them heading out into the main passage. Could be a very tricky day for these boats, but the racing is away. Great patience. Back down to the water level. Definitely looks like that current is heading south now. Much easier to see on the water level. Jet skis taking off. Literally right along the edge of a reef. You can probably see the reef there on the screen, right at the foot of the Hamilton Island Yacht Club. But it's almost time for this non-spinnaker division to get away, all trying to keep themselves behind the line at the minute. Looking straight down the line. Might still be a little bit of north flow there. This might be tough for some sailors. You can see how fast they're going sideways here as well with the wind. I think we must have a little eddy close to this club because the water definitely looks like it's milling about and heading to the south here, perhaps in the middle of the tide turning. Now the boats in the non-spinnaker division, we saw a few of them on our last broadcast, but Baronga, it's a beautiful Jeanneau, it's 419, and then we've got Oceanus's, lots of Oceanuses, Beneteau Oceanuses, there's an Adams 12, a Nantucket 33, a Jeanneau 379, Escapade, Namaji, who we saw earlier, Bavaria 46, another Bavaria 46, a Bavaria 38. So all of those sort of 38 to 40 something cruisers. Here we are looking down the line. The mark for the start line is just on the mark on the right side is just on the right side of your screen, about 1/3 in from the right side of your screen is the mark that they will start between. 1 minute to go. $40 seconds. And I think that's one of our Hamilton Island Pink boats on the screen. They've got a spinnaker pole ready. We're looking for the non-spinnaker boats as we look down the start line. About 25 seconds to go. Oh, massive boats here pushing down the line. 10 seconds. Here we go. For the start for the non-spinnaker division, they've waited plenty of time this morning, and that will be an individual recall. I believe some of those boats just drifted over, but here we go, looking straight down the line. All 17 of the non-spinnaker division, and now we'll cross over to on the water. These boats reaching away. What a beautiful sight from here at the Yacht Club. My vantage point is just stunning. I feel like I might even need to take a picture on my phone. It won't do it justice, but lined up with the blue water and the coral reef in the foreground. This is the Whitsundays at its finest here on Hamilton Island. Everyone excited to get this racing away. One of the marks from Easton was just coming through the course there, but here we have one of the non-spinnaker boats on the water giving us a wave. They're off and racing. Here they are. That current is definitely still that current is definitely running to the south. You can see that they're pushing the tide there. Benungo on the screen, one of the charter boats that is taking part in Race Week this year. In the distance, those little trailable boats just making their way out into the main passage. You see the trailables making their way a little bit slow. And they will find it difficult to head in that northerly direction, but once they spin around, they'll rip back with that current. A few little eddies, but it is settling in on that southerly run now. Coming up to 2 minutes to go for the next division to get away, which will be Hamilton Island Yellow. Massive cruiser just came absolutely, I think it's a ferry, just ripped past the non-spinnaker boats. Massive wake. But here you can see they're having a marvellous time on board. Having a chat about the start and getting away, no doubt. Beautiful little Oceanus, 3-2-1 there in the non-spinnaker division for our Dent Island starts today. That was 1 minute to go for Hamilton Island Yellow. Hamilton Island Yellow is another of our large divisions. And it's the 450s, 458s, Sunfast 3300s, Mum 36s. So all of the small but fast racing yachts. 21 boats in this division. From Wild Oats, that older little Far 43. Here we go for the start for Hamilton Island Yellow. Everything from Wild Oats, the Far 43, through to Smooth Criminal, little RP36 Shockwave. Beautiful spinnaker on the shot. And down the line. These are the divisions that we know and love for their colourful spinnakers. That is just glorious. These are the views right from the bommy deck at the Hamilton Island Yacht Club. Just glorious. One has jibed over and opted to get onto port to try and get out of that south-going current. And they've ended up laughing quite substantially. And this is just an absolute postcard shot as the boats crawl into the frame. I think it's really hard to take a bad shot of this place, as I've already said, but just look at this shot here. It's that as we come into 4 minutes to go for the next start. Now, Andiamo with the 0400 and the blue spinnaker on the front of the boat. Smooth Criminal coming into the screen now. The RP36. Along with Jamu. Jamu we saw quite a bit. BKT Jamu in the warm-up. Paul Jackson's little Hick 39 RC. And there's Smooth Criminal in the frame. But out in front, this blue spinnaker, that's Andiamo, owned by Lee Hawksley, a beautiful little Grand Salal 40. There's the yacht club in the background. Beautiful views. And next up, in about 3 minutes 40, we will have the start for Hamilton Island Orange is next up. Hamilton Island Orange. I mean, all these Hamilton Island classes are our biggest divisions. Hamilton Island Yellow that just started had 21. Hamilton Island Orange has 22. Here's a spectator boat coming right through the fleet. Lots of people out on the buoy, out on the bow, enjoying the action. We'll go back to the Hamilton Island Orange starters. They're almost catching up to the non-spinnaker boats. About a minute and a half to go now until the next start. Hamilton Island Yellow doing their best to make their way north in Dent Passage. Good runway. They will all start to condense. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen at the moment, the non-spinnaker boats are starting to park up in that soft bit of pressure. And that's 1 minute to go for Hamilton Island Orange. In this division, we have Obsession, Holy Cow, Matilda 5, lots of fan favourites. Ciao Bella, we've been seeing in the warm-up quite a bit. Phaedra, Fandango, Cyan Moon with their pink hats. They are all getting ready to line up for their start. 30 seconds to go. Here looking down the line, you can see the jib of Holy Cow. It's quite easy to pick out that Beneteau Oceanus 50, John and Kim Clinton. They look like they're lined up beautifully. It does look a bit tricky at the moment. The start mark just to the right of your screen, the yellow mark. No one over at the moment. 3, 2, 1. Go time for Hamilton Island Orange. Another horn fired, which does mean that someone was over an individual recall. It may actually be the boat like to the right of your screen that you can't even see. As we go down to the water. Hamilton Island Orange are away. The next horn will be the 4-minute gun for Hamilton Island Pink. Oh, just love the colourful spinnakers. I am a big fan of colourful spinnakers. I think white spinnakers should be banned. And look at that beautiful lime green spinnaker on Holy Cow. We've seen pink spinnakers, blue spinnakers. 4 minutes to go for Hamilton Island Pink. Hamilton Island Pink has 21 boats. Wine Dark Sea, the line's 49. Shape, they sailed back in the marina, the RP42. I hope they've come back out again. Crazy, the Kerr 11.3. Heartbreaker, we saw in the warm-up, the RP46. Beautiful views here of all of these Hamilton Island orange boats that are off and racing. obsession on the screen with that white, black, and red spinnaker. And Christopher Noble with that little Holman and Pie doing very nicely. Holy Cow with the green. Also looking fantastic, but you can see all these little Oceanus boats. And I say little, they're not little. They're actually quite large boats. Two minutes to go until the start for Hamilton Island Pink, as we bid farewell to Hamilton Island Orange. We start to head back towards the start line. Looking down the line, you'll see Hamilton Island Pink starting to get ready. They're all starting down towards that far end of the line for the minute. All on starboard, looking like they'll make their way up the line as the 1 minute gun happens. One minute to go for Hamilton Island Pink. But look at the traffic in the channel as these boats head to the north of Dent Passage and back into sequence. If we go on water, Hamilton Island Pink all lining up, as I mentioned, down towards the boat, the buoy end of the line, away from the boat, which is the bomby deck, of course, where an incredible race committee getting these races off and running. And we'll go back to the full line view here. Oh, going for the hoist before the start, about 15 seconds to go now. Lots of argy-bargy happening with these smaller boats, the smaller, racier yachts. Look at them ready to go as we count down. 5, 3, 2, 1. Go time for Hamilton Island Pink. They are away. Those spinnakers are up. This is competition at its finest. All the way down on that far side, the eastern side of Dent Island, to get minimal tide. That is stunning. Look at them all crunched in there, the 22 boats. That is insane. Great work from our on-water studio to bring you these live images. Only one boat has opted for this end that I can see. You can see them coming into frame now. And that is Charm Offensive, closest to us. James Permeasel's Hansi 445. And the rest of those 21, the 22 boat fleet, and the rest of the 21 are absolutely hugging that shore. Lang Walker's, the recently deceased Lang Walker, beautiful gentleman, his family boat just making its way through the frame there. Charm Offensive actually not doing too badly out here, and they've got clear air, whereas all those other boats you can see are super condensed on the shore. Multi-hull white are in sequence, and then we'll have multi-hull black to close out the starts here on Dent Passage. An absolute sea of colour now heading to the north end of Dent Passage. It looks like a rainbow out there. It's absolutely glorious. These are my favourite starts. Beautiful shots here in the passage as we get ready for multi-hole white and then multi-hole black. This is going to be glorious. Excellent. These beautiful shots of Hamilton Island pink in the channel as we get ready for multi-hole white and then multi-hole black. Multi-hole white are away as we look down the line. Beautiful boats like Avalanche with this black spinnaker will start to come into the frame very shortly. They've started right against the Yacht Club. A little bit of an alternate strategy to some of the others who are further down the line. And there is Avalanche. I think a little bit of a head start to the boats that have started down towards the pin end of the line. Avalanche will make their way out into the channel along with the other multi-hole white boats. 4 minutes to go for multi-hole black. If we pop down onto the water, you can see some of our multi-hole white entrants in front, almost a luffing jaw in front of the airport here, just struggling to get breeze into their sails. You can see the Qantas tail in the background as well. That plane literally just landed during this sequence. I don't think I've ever been live while a plane has flown through the fleet before. But look how fast some of these multi-hulls are moving through the water. I believe that's Malalo, the navy blue hull. We have one more start to go, ladies and gentlemen. Multi-hole black. We have 2.5 minutes to go. Look at this beautiful shot of all of our Hamilton Island classes heading north to the top side of Dent Passage. Incredible colour. I believe the chopper's in the air too. We should be getting some beautiful shots of this Vision heading down the channel. And there's Avalanche on the screen, that black spinnaker I mentioned. They're jibing over now to come back. They will be on starboard. There'll be a meet here. There'll be a meet here between the stripy spinnaker and these two boats. I think Cut Snake it is. We'll have to go behind. May not be Cut Snake, actually. See if I can get a visual. Oh, close racing in the multi-hull white division. And another ferry, I think it's another ferry coming through the mix as well. So approaching 1 minute to go for Hamilton Island Black, I believe. Let me double check that. Yes, Hamilton Island Black, Hamilton Island White crossing our Vision now. 1 minute to go, and this will be our last start for our Dent Passage starts today. A reminder that we will be live later on for the incredible Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series. Just look at this passage, though. It's absolutely exceptional. With a coral reef in the foreground. Could we please make a postcard of this? Look at that shot. It's absolutely glorious. Not long to go till Hamilton Island Black. 5 seconds. And they're lining up down the line. There's the ferry going straight through the sequence. Thank you very much. I think that's Toucan with the purple and yellow spinnaker from memory. It has gotten a good start towards the Yacht Club end of the line, but that white spinnaker's out in front all the way down to leeward for the time being. I think Toucan has done really nicely here, though. Can't quite get that spinnaker set, though. And someone's up on the bow, trying to reposition. Is that a whale coming through? I think there's a whale in the channel as well. I'm pretty sure I just saw a whale near one of the jet skis. Yes, there's a whale. There's a whale in the channel. There's 2 whales in the channel right on our live stream here, ladies and gentlemen. Check that out. That is so cool. Just on the inside of Toucan. In fact, I can say now that the best start for Hamilton Island Black was the whale. They're almost in front of that lead boat. Oh, look! That's so cool. Oh, that is magical. Just beautiful. And that is all of the starts that we have today, including a whale right on the live stream. Absolutely fantastic. We will be back later today, as I mentioned, with the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series. That live stream will commence at 15:30. 3 more races to be sailed between 13 teams from both New Zealand and Australia. It is incredible action. Make sure you head to the Bomby Deck at the Yacht Club to watch it for yourself. And we'll be live again tomorrow with all of your Dent Passage starts. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. It's been fantastic to be with you. My name's Nick Douglas. See you this afternoon. welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series as part of Hamilton Island Race Week's 40th anniversary, presented by Amex. What an absolutely glorious day in the Whitsundays, and our incredible 49er and FX athletes are warming up on the track. They've just done a few starting drills, a few practice starts as well, and we are getting ready to go live for their racing, which will commence in about 24 minutes time on the dot at 1600 hours. We'll be ready to go. But in the meantime, this afternoon, I caught up with both the performance director of the Australian sailing team and the performance director of Yachting New Zealand. They're both called Ian. Ian Bramble and Ian Stewart are here on the island, and it was my absolute pleasure to talk to them about this entire opportunity, especially with the Whitsundays named as a venue for the 2032 Olympic Games. Got Ian Bramble and Ian Stewart here with me, who are the performance directors for the Australian sailing team and the New Zealand yachting team. Firstly, Ian, it's lovely to have you here on Hamilton Island.
Thanks, Nick. No, it's nice to be here.
Absolutely pleasure to have you guys here. We've got 13 49ers and FXs out racing on the course. A pretty amazing opportunity, Ian, for the Aussies and Kiwis to be training together in our home waters.
100%. It's a great opportunity to collaborate. We're trying to obviously generate as much competition as we can locally to be able to stay at home, compete in some beautiful weather. Obviously, it's warmer coming up from Sydney. I'm sure it is coming over from New Zealand. But it is one where if we can create that dynamic more regularly, it gives us the advantage to be then able to go over and compete. And obviously, we're not far off of Worlds.
Definitely not far off of Worlds, and the only people who travel further than Aussies across the year are the Kiwis. So it must be nice for you to have a training camp that's not, 3 long hauls away.
Oh, no, that's right, Nick. And look, how often do we push offshore too soon, right? And it's expensive enough as it is. So, you look at LA Olympics, Europe, centralised racing. So to collaborate here is well overdue, I think. No brainer.
Now, with Kiwis and Aussies, we love to hate each other a little bit. But here we've got the Trans-Tasman rivalry happening on the water. A great opportunity, I guess, to also lift some of the younger kids up without sending them overseas, maybe, Ian?
Oh, absolutely. You look at the legacy, I think, in skiffs, Australia, New Zealand, pretty decent background. So, yeah, we've got some current 49ers. I think your fleet's coming through pretty strong.
They did yesterday.
Yeah, no, for sure. So, no, it makes a lot of sense. And look, I think we're both squad-based. So that value is sharing with the younger, developing sailors. The more engagement they have with the top guys, the better. So that seems pretty aligned, I think.
And Ian, to see the FXs racing alongside the 49ers, that's a great opportunity for the women to come through.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think looking at that, obviously we want to grow. I think with the success that we've seen just coming off the Europeans with the 49ers, obviously it's great for the guys to be in that space. But at the same time, looking at the FX, we're looking to develop and ensure that we're pushing to the top there as well. But to have a competitive rivalry, one that we can actually invest into more readily. And I think it starts here. But now looking at the performance pathways, it's a great opportunity. Obviously, we've had a number of conversations over the last couple of years. It's nice to see it coming to fruition.
Being here on Hamilton Island, they're obviously pushing pretty hard for 2032. A lot of people don't understand that we're already pushing hard. LA is here, basically. In 2032, you guys are already getting ready for that. When we're working in quads, what's it like for you looking forward and your pathways, your succession planning, I guess, because you've both had gold and silver medalists recently in the classes.
Yeah, I think, as you know, it's a long game, right? Sailing. What do you think the average span is to perform at an Olympics? It's like a 7-8 year sort of projection. So you're damned if you're not projecting through to Brisbane and beyond. And we look at this 32 as in our backyard too. So pretty exciting.
And how good would it be to be here if it was our backyard?
Yeah, no brainer.
Absolutely. To have gold and silver in the environment is fantastic.
That's right.
And we are back at the beautiful Dent Passage. If you've just joined us, we are live from the beautiful Hamilton Island Yacht Club. This is the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series, and what an exhibition it has been indeed. Our incredible FX and 49er athletes from New Zealand and Australia have been here for some days now as part of a training camp. They're indeed doing some training now before their racing will kick off in just under 20 minutes time. I've been lucky enough to be here on the island myself for a few days, and I've been very, very spoiled to be exposed to Olympic sailing for most of my life, which is incredibly special. So for me, being here for my 10th race week and to see these boats on the waters of Dent Passage is incredibly special. For someone else, it's incredibly special too, and that is the CEO of Hamilton Island. The CEO, Nick Dowling, has been incredibly passionate about this package, and we've really, really enjoyed the lead up to this. I know there's been a lot of people behind the scenes to help make it happen. Emma Roberts is out on the water at the moment. She's been doing a lot of the operations, and Carolyn Sanderson as well with all of the partnerships. You'll see that each of the teams have a sponsor on the sail. But let's have a little bit of a listen to the CEO, a chat that we had a few days ago about this incredible project. We will go straight back to that interview in just 1 second. We have some of the 49er teams warming up in front of us. You'll see if you are on the Hamilton Island Yacht Club bommy deck that the marks for the course today are right underneath the deck. You can actually almost feel like you touch these athletes as they come up underneath the bommy deck. The course will be, if you can see the sailors out on the water now, they will approach the bommy deck. They will come around the mark right underneath the bommy deck. They'll go back downwind, then they'll come back upwind and finish just off the bommy deck, which will be incredibly special. So now we'll go to that interview with the CEO, Nick Dowling.
We're extremely excited. We've had the team here now for 7 days. Spoke to them the other evening. They're really excited to be here. They've had a fantastic training session. The wind's been good. They've certainly been struggling to get their arms around the currents, but some of the footage we've been seeing is just incredible. So there's a really interesting aspect to this, which is obviously with the Whitsundays being announced as an Olympic sailing venue for 2032. We're really excited about having them here. We'll do this year, next year and every year leading through 2032, and hopefully it becomes a legacy event for us. Some of the thinking is about bringing some of the Northern Hemisphere teams down here next year again and really building that out into a bit of an Olympic program for us, which really is exciting and a great adjunct to the 40th anniversary of Hamilton Island Race Week. We flew in earlier this week, and as we flew over the Lindeman Island, we banked to the port side, and the entire plane was watching 7 or 8 of these young team members racing down to the south. It was just a spectacular sight for us from an overall excitement standpoint for the Hamilton Island Race Week, and obviously for the Australian Olympic team and the New Zealand Olympic team as well. Have a look at that. It's Wild Oats 10 just coming through for a bit of a test sail, which we're really, really excited about. So Mark Richards and the team, 2004 boat, which is absolutely fantastic, 66-footer. We've got the team out there. Really, really excited about this. We are super excited about that. We're looking forward from Sunday through Tuesday to have both the males and the females of 49ers and 49er FXs sailing together in an exhibition series. We'll have them all on the water at the same time. 45-minute racing format. We're really, really excited. We're going to have all of the keel boat sailors back in by that time, celebrating that off the Hamilton Island Yacht Club. We're really excited about the idea of having Olympic sailing in the beautiful Whitsunday Islands, and there's nothing more picturesque, as everyone knows, than Hart Reef, Whitehaven Beach, some of those iconic Great Barrier Reef experiences. As an opportunity for us to showcase Australia and showcase Queensland to the world, it's super exciting, and I think, as I discussed with you earlier on, we announced the resumption of a regular scheduled air service between Hamilton Island and Cairns yesterday. So that means that every major East Coast arrival port into Australia, whether it's Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane and now Cairns, is accessible to Hamilton Island in 2.5 hours, which just really makes us really somewhere fantastic, both not only for domestic tourism, but also for the international arrivals. This is an incredible event for us. It's 40 years of Hamilton Island Race Week. We're really looking forward to the next 40 years of Hamilton Island Race Week. It's just a super special event for us. There's a lot of monumental things happening, a lot of investment by the Oatley family into Hamilton Island, and we're really thinking about the future, not only of Race Week, but the future of sailing in Australia, the future of sailing the Whitsundays, the Olympics in 2032, everything the Queensland government's looking to do. So, we're proud of it, and we're certainly proud to play our part.
And there you have it, a big island, a little island that can do wonders and that has big dreams and big plans. And now we do have these incredible athletes right in front of us, and we're super excited to get into their racing now in 15 minutes time. Let's have a little bit more of a look at the teams and a rundown of these teams. From Australia, we have Otto Henry and Sean Connor on Club Car Oz 47, Easy Go, Jack Ferguson and Jack Hildebrand, Oz 61, Buckingham Marine Services, Harry Price and Max Paul on Oz 25, Steadfast, Kurt Hansen and Charlie Zeman on Oz 20, Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot on Amex, Oz 5, and Brooke Wilson, Evie Hazeldine on Oz 44 on Ord Minette, and on IGA, Mina Ferguson and Dervla Duggan, Oz 777. The Kiwis are up next, and at the moment, I don't mean to put the knife in, but the Aussies are actually leading the Kiwis at the moment, which is super exciting. We have Nicola Hume and Rebecca Hume on AG1, New Zealand 122. On Palm Beach, Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush. They don't actually have a number, but keep an eye out for that Palm Beach logo. On the Sundays, Isaac McCarty and Will McKenzie, silver medalists from Paris 2024 on New Zealand 4. Hamilton Island Air, Sam Bacon and Blake McGlashan, New Zealand 900. North Sales, Matthias Coots and Oscar Gunn, New Zealand 45. And the last team are Francesco Carews and Hamish McLaren on Journey Beyond. They are New Zealand 135. We have now about 13 minutes to go until the first race will kick off. And the overall results at the moment have Club Car, Oz 47, Otto Henry and Sean Connor. They're 4 points clear of the next boat, which is Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush on Palm Beach from New Zealand, followed by Harry Price and Max Paul on Buckingham Marine, Oz 25. The leading FX with the females, we do have females racing against men today, ladies and gentlemen, is Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot on Amex. That's Oz number 5. And they are at the moment sitting on 29 points overall. I do have a co-commentator coming to join me very soon. And I believe we also have a commentator out on the water. But for the time being, we might actually go to an interview with the leading team for the moment. It is Otto and Sean. Otto and Sean are sailing on Club Car. It was really fantastic catching up with each of these teams to really hear more about them. For me, it's really exciting to see these sailors at for some of them, the start of their journey. For others, they've been planning this for quite some time, as you heard from both of the Ians. This can be a long journey for our Olympic athletes. Let's hear from
Hi, my name's Otto Henry. I'm Sean Connor. We've been sailing together for almost 6 months now, and yeah, going well so far. Enjoying our time here in Hamilton Island.
Yeah, new pairing for us, so it's pretty cool to pair up with Otto, and looking forward to continuing on the Olympic dream. It's really cool, like to come up to Hamilton Island and race a 49er up here. It's a cool experience, and it's good to have the Kiwi guys here to train with.
One of the major benefits of sailing with Sean, he's got so much experience in the class, and so he's got a few tips for me, that's for sure.
Excellent. And we are back in the beautiful Dent Passage. You may see some of the yachts from the 40th edition of Hamilton Island Race Week presented by Amex just heading around the back of those 49ers as they go into another drill. It's incredibly important for these sailors to lock down the start and to make sure that that start is as clean as possible. When the sailors are coming towards us, they can only sail at 45 degrees to the wind. So they do have to tack as they come towards us. They're just bearing away now. So what we often see is 2 or 3 starts and then a full race. And I think that's what will be happening now as we have about 11 minutes to go now until the start will continue. Conditions have been quite light for the majority of the day here on Hamilton Island, but this beautiful little easterly has filled in across the channel and we should have breeze for the racing. A lot better than yesterday, I would say. Sounds like we're starting to get a few communications through on the radio as well, so not long to go now until we kick off for day 2 of the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series. On the screen, you may be able to see some of the yellow marks in the distance. These are the marks of the course that the sailors will be travelling around. And yesterday, they were sailing right up under the bommy deck, almost to the point where you could feel them tacking the boats. It was incredible. It was almost like you were on board with them. We might continue to go through some of our lists. We do have approximately 9 minutes to go. They're lining up now. And next to me, I've just had a lovely gentleman sit down who's going to join me in the commentary booth today. I'll just let him get himself sorted. He's fresh off the water. He was actually sailing in IRC Division 1 today. And I think they had a win in IRC Division 1 as well. I'll introduce him in just 1 second as he gets himself sorted, ready to go for commentating day number 2 of the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series. No stranger to Olympic sailing. I have sitting next to me now Mr. Malcolm Page, dual gold medalist. And also, you've spent a little bit of time on 49ers, I believe, Mal.
I've done my time in that. No, good to see you, Nick, and great to be here. I've done a little bit of time in the 49er. I'm a bit of a sailing addict, so I don't care what boat I'm on. So, I've done a fair bit of time in them, and in the bow too, which is the hardest job, I reckon. So, and I love skiffs generally, so, yeah.
Yeah, and you've been sailing 16-foot skiffs recently, won the Nationals, but also have another cap that you've recently put on, aside from the hooligan one that you're wearing now, as CEO of Australian Sailing. How's that going?
How cool is that to have your job in the sport of sailing? So,
Aren't we lucky?
Aren't we ever?
Indeed. And so as we're watching these athletes here, Mal, it's pretty exciting to watch the future unfolding. I mean, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of Hamilton Island Race Week, but at the same time, I'm sort of looking in front of me and I can see at least the next 20 years of our sport sort of unfolding in front of us, which is so special.
Without a doubt. I know Olympic campaigners only look at 4 years at a time, but we had a little dinner thing last night with them, and I actually said to them, you guys are going to be around in 2032. It's only 7 years away, but it is really the future of our sport, these types of boats and these athletes that you're seeing in front of you.
Indeed, and they're now just starting to warm up. We will go into a sequence. They are planning to start right on 1600. And by the way, thank you so much for running up here straight after your debrief. I know that you spent a lot of time in the sun today and now you're up here. We're on the beautiful veranda underneath the bommy deck at the Hamilton Island Yacht Club. If you are on the island, the bommy deck is the place to be. There's sausage sizzle going on up here as well, so you can grab yourself a sausage sizzle and come and watch some of our best athletes and best up-and-coming athletes. Oh, my goodness. It's a tricky racetrack, though, Mal. You've experienced it yourself already today. What's it like out there?
Well, we were out there with the building, or the start of this building breeze, this easterly that's come in, and it was very fickle early on. And obviously with the current, it's a real mind game, or certainly that's my role on the hooligan as well. So, it's really tough to marry in when you're sailing around in 3, 4, 5 knots of wind with, probably around about a knot of current. That's certainly what we had on the eastern track where we were starting. And, as you got out into the channel, it was, where do you want to be, which way you're going to go, and when the tide, and then the current changed halfway down our first run, big long run over to Denman Island. So, it's not easy, this place, that's for sure. And in this passage here where the 49ers are about to race is probably even more extreme in all those factors.
Absolutely, and I'm just looking at these athletes warming up on the start line. I don't think we're far away from a sequence now. I'm looking down the track, and for those who are looking on the screen or looking off the deck at the bommy deck at the Hamilton Island Yacht Club, the current is running from the right to the left. So it will be pulling our athletes to the south. So as the tide is running in here, it runs to the south. And so you will see that effect. As they get to the top mark right off the bommy deck, they will set their spinnakers and attempt to go downwind. But we saw yesterday, which you missed because you were still out there sailing, Mel, we saw that they had like quite a long starboard tack to try and get back across that current.
Well, it'll be the same today. So in effect, when you have that current moving, certainly at 90 degrees to the wind, it's going to pull that. In effect, it's going to pull your what they call the current wind by, if anybody's good at physics, they'll pull out their vector books and use the vector diagrams and work out what that real current wind direction would be. But yes, the boat's going to be spinning more on starboard. And I guess if the wind dies too, Nick, one thing they've got to be very careful of, if the current's going to sweep them very quickly from right to left, they could end up being overlaid. So, keeping an eye on the wind if it goes light, being what I could describe as down current from your ley lines is very important, so you don't spend any more time or distance on the racetrack.
We actually saw yesterday that one of the boats had to tack back to the bottom marks because they did have that exact scenario, so that was quite costly. Yeah, definitely an oops.
But what a great place to be, I don't know. And with our racetrack out there today, the amount of whales that we had to dodge was...
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, there's certainly come back last week when we were here training. It wasn't so many, but they must know when Hamilton Island Race Week's on.
We had the starts in Dent Passage today with the Hamilton Island classes, and the last start as Hamilton Island Black was starting, I was just about to say that Toucan had the best start, one of the catamarans, and then went, oh no, it's the whale. The whale has had the best start. A whale popped up on the start line of Hamilton Island Black and started right here in front of us off the Dent Passage. It was just absolutely incredible. We were live. We've got boats going. We had colour going down the passage. It was absolutely amazing. I'm still obviously flabbergasted. And that doesn't happen to me often, Mal.
No, I must admit, we were on the other side of Dent Island in the main passage and saw all the colour coming out to meet us and give us all the dirty air. So, but no, it was incredible visual.
Absolutely. And what will also be an incredible visual will be these athletes lining up. I do have the score sheet in front of me, Mal, which I'll keep you posted on as well. But for those who are wondering, at the moment, the order is Club Car, Palm Beach, Buckingham Marine, Journey Beyond, Steadfast, Hamilton Island Air, Easy Go, North Sails, Amex, Ordmanette, IGA, AG1 and the Sundays. And I know there are a lot of people potentially cheering on their teams. So we'll keep you posted on how that unfolds over the coming hour or so. There'll be 3 races in an hour, Mal. That's pretty quick.
It is. It's almost as fast as Sail GP.
Indeed. Maybe not quite as fast. I think they have 12-minute races at Sail GP. This might be close, actually. 15-minute races.
Yeah.
Zoom, zoom.
Yeah, a 4-hour race that we just had at Hamilton Island today was be like a whole season in Sail GP.
Indeed. You've got your money's worth at Hamilton Island Race Week. That's for certain. It looks like they're in a sequence at the moment, just trying to get some comms from the start boat. I am on channel 75, but they may have moved over to 77. We'll see how we're going out on the water with these fantastic sailors. Which end would you be looking to start at? If we're looking at the racetrack right now, Mal, would you be thinking that you'd maybe head to the right-hand side so you can protect yourself a little bit?
When I talked about the current wind before, I guess that's the one you got to look at in the sense of what end of the line would be favoured. But then you got to obviously overlay that with where the gust, where the first shift will be, or how you get to the first shift. One thing the great man Fletch taught me was, the favourite end of the line is where the first boat crosses in front, where they started. So, that's what they've got to look at. And I think you're right, Nick. I think they're starting to get close to start now. It looks like they're all doing their little dance on the start line. The 49ers are pretty incredible how they can actually park their boat and stay very stationary for a long time right on the line. So very often you'll see the boats park in their garage, so to speak, about a good 2 minutes before the start, and they just wiggle and worm their way around until they need to go.
Indeed. And now we're just bringing up those live images from the water. We do indeed have 2 flags up, which means we have over 2 minutes to go. So the Peter flag, the blue flag, will come down when it's 1 minute to go, and the F flag will come down when it's go time. F for 49er, I'm guessing. It kind of makes sense.
F for fast forward.
F for fast forward, F for fun, F for fresh new ideas here on the Dent Passage, which is just brilliant. So we'll now lock in to this racing action, Mal, and I think I'm with you. If I was you, I'd want to be to the right-hand side or to the northern end of the passage. If we're looking at it on the screen here from what you can see as well, this is absolutely glorious. And these boats are so good at holding themselves still in one spot. I mean, how long could you hold a 470 in one spot for, Mal?
Well, depend on the wind and the current and all that. I'd like to think as good as and long as these athletes, but I don't know. Nick, it was a long time ago. The memories normally embellish it now into the to these times. But one thing I have been noticing, obviously we're looking directly downwind at the fleet, but the current is obviously shifting them from right to left quite quickly.
Indeed, it is going very, very quickly. I think I just saw a whale behind the boats. I just saw a splash, and one of the boats has moved to the side in between them and the yachts behind them. We've got 45 seconds to go. That F flag up on the screen, the diamond, if you know your numeral pennants, means that we're within 1 minute, and they're now absolutely starting to get into their rack up. And this very humble man next to me is being very polite, but you wait until you listen to him call a race. Lining up now. And I believe we have about 20 seconds to go. Oz 25 in a good position towards the boat. I do like where Oz 61 is as well, which is Jack Ferguson and Jack Hildebrand. Smart Casual. They're in a good spot towards the pin. Emma has the horn in the air. And it's go time now for race number 3 of the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series here at Hamilton Island Race Week. What a start, Mal.
It was. There was no room for error there. It was incredible.
Indeed. It looks like AG1 are at the most pin end side of the line. Mina Ferguson and Dervla Duggan. They've gotten a nice start down at the pin. New Zealand for the Sundays. That's the silver medalists from Paris 2024 have opted to go all the way to the right-hand side. Interesting tactics from McCarty and McKenzie.
I would say actually heading out to the right-hand side at the moment, they've got a bit better pressure. They look like they're low hooks, so to speak. Oh, I see a penalty turn going on out there as well.
Indeed. If they are over, the rule is to do a penalty turn, or they may have had an infringement as well. So for those who don't know, in sailing, we can have a 1-turn penalty or a 2-turn penalty, but for the purpose of this event, it's just a 1-turn penalty for most things, including being over at the line, so you're not completely out the back door, which is always a fun element for this racing. We can see Harry Price and Max Paul on Oz 25 tacking over there to head back on starboard. They do seem to be in a good position. That is the pack almost directly in front of that massive super yacht coming back across the course. There's a big bunch of boats here, Mal, coming out to that that left-hand side looking at us, but the right of the screen, as you predicted.
It looked like they had a right shift there, but it's sort of been obviously dying and fading back to the left. And as you can see, the boats that were heading out there first are just starting to flop over. But I think the Kiwi boat, obviously the silver medalists from Paris, they're fully loaded up, both flat wiring. So I think they're going to come back pretty strongly.
There is a big puff coming down the left-hand side of this course for the sailors. The right-hand side, as we look at it on the screen at the moment, if you look to the left of the screen, you can almost see that dark patch moving down the course as we come behind Brooke Wilson and Evie Hazeldine on Oz 44. They're not in too much pressure on the right. I really think this left-hand side is going to be friendly to those who can get here first. Massive shift coming through. That's a helicopter puff if I've ever seen one.
Aren't they ever? What is one taking off?
There is a plane taking off right now. I feel sorry for you all having to leave. We're having a great time here at Hamilton Island. Come back soon.
Well, I wonder if they can use the jet stream off the plane.
Yeah, exactly. Just
get
attach a tow line, just like a little fishing hook. That's low hooks. Is that what you mean when you say low hooks?
Low hooks is when they let themselves down the trapeze line, so they're nice and parallel to the water.
Oh, good plan. We've got Journey Beyond just tacked on the screen. That is Francesco Cairuz and Hamish McLaren, Oz 135. They're currently sitting in 4th overall. As we head towards the top mark, we will keep an eye on them. If we go to the wide shot now, you'll see that puff that I was talking about that's just sitting at the top mark. It hasn't really moved. I'm
No.
wondering if it's just going up and like coming down from the yacht club, maybe.
I would say so. And the other
Yeah.
difficulty is for that because the sailors won't be able to see that wind until it hits the water, which so it's a bit of a gamble going in there, but obviously could be quite rewarding if they get it.
Most of the boats now on starboard tack, which means that they're liking this right-hand side pressure coming from the airport and from that plane, as we maybe had a little guess. Oz 20 having to duck a lot of the teams here. That's Steadfast, Kurt Hansen and Charlie Zeman. There's a few losses there to come for them. We'll tune in on the top mark as soon as we can. But on the water here with Oz 47, the current series leader, they're quite deep coming in on the starboard lay line. That won't work well for them. But Palm Beach, I think they're on lay as we head into the top mark. They're sitting in second, Seb Menzies and George Larache. Excellent sailing from that Kiwi team. I think they're going to be around the mark first. They don't have numbers. They're stealth mode.
Aren't they ever? But I tell you what, they're certainly out of stealth mode now. We can certainly see them. And they've done a great job to get over the top of the boats there.
And absolutely beautiful. They go for a jibe set around the mark and they'll go for a hoist. Next around is North Sails, Matthias Coote and Oscar Gunn. Then 25, Harry Price and Max Paul on Buckingham Marine. Then the Sundays, that's the McMux, the silver medalist from Paris 2024. Whoa! Aggressive jibe there. New Zealand 900 comes around just behind. That's Sam Bacon and Blake McGlashan on Hamilton Island Air. Then it's Oz 20, which I believe... I think you might know that team, actually.
Oh, they're jibing back.
Oh, they're jibing back. Oh, no. That's Steadfast. They are Kurt Hansen and Charlie Zeman. They've got themselves stuck here at the top mark. And right on the outside, 47, that's the current series leader, Otto Henry and Sean Connor.
Yeah, they actually, that starboard boat, when they jibe back onto starboard, picked them up and took them with them.
Oh, no.
I think the jibe set's obviously the winner here. You can see that obviously the boats are heading more towards downwind and obviously getting out to more consistent wind. So I think the rich are going to get richer here.
Absolutely. There's a big variety. These boats at the top mark that are absolutely parked that are on the screen now versus those who have managed to get out and running on port jibe. That is the longest jibe. And now they're up and going now, the boats that were at the top mark, and we've jumped in behind them to head down towards the bottom. They'll do one more lap, ladies and gentlemen, around the bottom, back towards us, and then around the top mark, a starboard rounding, and into the finish to the left. So if you are on the Bomby deck, make sure you keep an eye out. We've got one more boat to come around the top mark now, and that is Nicola Hume and Rebecca Hume, a sister team on Oz 122 on AG1. They got a little bit becalmed there. All of the spinnakers sailing over the top of them, Mal.
And the other, I guess, disadvantage that the ladies have with the FXs is their rigs are a little bit smaller.
Indeed. We were hoping, and I say we because I'm a female, we were hoping that it might be windy and then the girls can match up against the boys just as equally. We might see that tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the trade winds are back tomorrow, so it'll be great to see the racing. Obviously the final day for the 49ers.
It's going to escalate, that's for sure. Even for you, Mal. Might have to get some onboard footage off the hooligan.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Oh, and they're heading down to the bottom mark. We'll go to a wide view now so that we can see them as they head into the bottom. I am fairly certain we have around...
First boat's already around and actually managed to tack over. So they had a great downwind.
That is Palm Beach, Seb Menzies and George Larache, because that's the stealth sail. They've got no numbers and no country code. It was quite confusing yesterday, actually, but now I've got them. Got quite a lead. The next boat is coming around the bottom now.
Rico will be very happy with that. Palm Beach winning.
Indeed, it's almost like it's a little bit rigged. and I think we should talk about Palm Beach, actually. Quite special to have them sponsoring this event. And we do have a little commercial that we will roll to for them while we wait for these boats to head back upwind. There's an animal in the passage.
There's a whale.
There's a whale in the passage. Sorry, hold. There's a whale. Look right there.
Apologies. I think it's a dolphin.
Is it a dolphin?
It's a dolphin.
Gosh.
Not a shark.
No sharks here. There's no snakes or sharks here. It's paradise. Okay, it's a dolphin, but still, there's wildlife in the passage. Have a look, ladies and gents. We'll go to this commercial and we'll be back with you in just 1 second.
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to sponsor the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49ers series. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence are at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. Founded by ocean racing champion Mark Richards and built using our ocean racing-inspired proprietary V-Warp technology. Delivering unrivaled fuel efficiency and class-leading performance without compromise. Experience the true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.
Welcome back to the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series. We're in race 1 of today, which is race 4 of the series. We are absolutely cooking on the veranda here as the sun is setting over Dent Passage. Malcolm Page, we need to get you a skin check for sitting out here with me.
I've already done my skin check, and I hope all you sailors out there are doing the same. It's obviously a great service they provide up here at Hamilton Island, and it's well worth doing for all of us who spend all that time in the sun. It's good to check.
Indeed, and I'm just looking down the course now on the most left-hand side. If you're looking off the bomby deck or if you're looking on the wide shot, that is the Palm Beach team. And they have absolutely smoked up this work. They've put what we call daylight in between themselves and the next boat. It's looking absolutely glorious.
So, Nick, just to confirm, this top mark, they go starboard rounding to the finish, or is it another lap down to the bottom?
No, you are correct. This is their second last lap. They will head into the finish straight after this. Then we'll have a little bit of a break, and then we'll get straight into the next race.
Of course.
And then the next one.
Of course.
And then I can get you out of the sunshine.
I'll probably be in trouble if my mum's watching this because, you know, you've got to keep out of the sun, get the sunscreen on.
Indeed, and we'll go back to our on-the-water vision. You can see just how glorious it is out on the water as we head towards the top mark to catch the action with our incredible sailors. We'll go back to the top mark, I think. We'll hold here. Oz 25 have done really well up this work. That's Buckingham Marine. Max Paul crewing for Harry Price is coming out at the other side of a nasty knee injury, so he's sailing pretty well given that. Oh, no, that's not going to help. Get him back out on the wire.
That just
Big
is a great example of that helicopter puffs that are dropping in over the yacht club.
Yeah, just add a degree of difficulty for these sailors, but that's a massive gain by the Aussies. But it will be the Kiwis that come into the finish in the lead. That's beautiful sailing. Look how far they have to move forward and aft on these incredible boats. Moving forward and back all the time. How important is forward and aft weight on a day like today, Mal?
Well, it's important in every boat, but obviously it's more exaggerated in a dinghy because these boats all up with their masts and everything probably weigh about 90 to 100 kilos, but their crew weight is probably closer to 180 or 190 kilos. So the crew are actually heavier than the boat, and they can change the balance of it obviously very quickly. You can see the ballerina style moves that they're doing out there, you know, jumping off the wing onto the bow and then back out and obviously swinging it down. So, you know, it's very important, the crew weight.
Indeed, and we have got one boat that's finished. The second is just about to cross the line there. That's the vision of the finish on the screen for you. Buckingham Marine in second position behind Palm Beach, Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush.
New Zealand 4 here is coming in on starboard. I think he's going to grab about a handful of boats there.
Oh, he's dialing down, in fact.
Match racing skills.
The Sundays, that is the silver medalists from Paris 2024, Isaac McCarty and William McKenzie. They lost a kite halyard yesterday, I'm told, so they didn't race yesterday, unfortunately. So they've got a few gains to make, but they've recently gotten back in the boat after a break.
Sounds like they had the year off, hey, from the last games. But, yeah, it's good to see him here.
It's really good to see them here. And how important is a break after you've put your heart and soul into something like an Olympics, Mel?
It's very important, and I guess all sports people do it. You know, they call it periodisation, and how they can keep, you know, the intensity going and obviously build up to those certain key moments. And, you know, Olympic Games is the one that every sailor or every Olympic sailor wants to achieve. So, you know, having a decompression period is really important for them, and you will come back hungrier. So that's what you need when you need to go for another, well, from now on, another 3 years until LA 2028.
And these athletes are all already preparing for either LA or 2032. I will read through the full results as we get there, but the Jacks are crossing the line now, Easy Go. Then it will be Club Car, Ordmanette, Steadfast, IGA, and then Journey Beyond coming into the finish in a parade past the Hamilton Island Yacht Club. Absolutely stunning with all of the boats that have raced in the Hamilton Island classes going around back behind their start. They'll head back down that way and get ready to go again. Off the tide is absolutely ripping. Another tack from Journey Beyond, which is Francesco Cairuz and Hamish McLaren. This will be the worst race of their series. It's a no-drop series, Mel. No drops. Oh, yeah.
So that obviously hurt the silver medalists too when they lost to Halyard yesterday.
Exactly, yeah. So they are currently sitting in 13th position, but just had a third. So that will help them substantially. But I think, as you said, they're coming back from a break. They're easing into it. And what better place to ease into it than Hamilton Island?
Very true, very true. I'm sure it's way better than Auckland.
All right, we might go to our on-the-water commentator to have a chat and see what her views were down on the water. Katie Spithill is joining us. She's been out on the Hooligan coach boat all day looking after you, Mal. Katie, how are you going? How is it out there? What are the conditions like down on the water? Any observations for us?
Nick, what a fantastic race course. We have the tide going from north to south, and then we have two options with the breeze here. We have the breeze funneling out of Hamilton Island Marina, and then we have the breeze also coming out from Hamilton Island Airport. So as you may be seeing up there, there are opportunities for overtaking, and there are opportunities to try and get out of that top mark. That's probably been the biggest learning so far for us here on the water.
Well, thank you, Coach. Katie, it sounds like you're all over it. We were seeing quite a few big puffs, like almost literally coming over the top of the yacht club, I think.
You're exactly right there. The yacht club is another whole obstacle for them to deal with, and what an opportunity for them. They're getting everything thrown at them, and we're seeing them really needing to make that smart decision at the top mark.
And the start looked interesting too. A few got bound up, maybe some OCSs.
There was some OCSs in there, and for today's racing, they are just to do a penalty turn. So there's probably a bit of tactics there as well.
In maybe starting at the right end and doing a penalty turn.
Not only that, but also keeping an eye out for the other mammals on the course as well. We did have a whale at that last start.
I did think I saw a whale to leeward of the start line. That is absolutely epic. I've never had to give up my starboard rights for a whale before.
No, well, I guess, do you get a response from them if you call starboard? At what stage did you decide that they're not taking suitable action?
Yeah, I know. Or is it a continuing obstruction, Katie?
Oh, look, it's been absolutely fantastic out here. We're going to roll into another start as soon as the boats get back down the bottom of the course.
Amazing. Thank you for keeping us posted, Katie, and thank you to the on-water crew for bringing us all of those action shots from on the water at low speed so that we don't interfere with this incredible racing. Oh, my gosh. I mean, we're in the sun. We're getting absolutely fried, but I wouldn't rather... there's nowhere I'd rather be, Mel. This is the best. Sundays.
August in Australia, it's the place to be.
Indeed. And Olympic sailing. It's like we've combined all of our incredible loves in one beautiful little omelette for breakfast. I'm so excited. We might see if we can hear from some of our other teams. We do have the Humes just about to cross the line. They're absolutely lovely girls. We might go to our interview with the Hume sisters, Nicola and Rebecca. They've only just started sailing together about 8 months ago, so that's not very long to be in the boat. They've both come from other classes as well. They were sailing in the 420. They gave the 470 a shot, but they've decided perhaps to jump in the skiff together. So let's hear from the Hume sisters.
Hi, I'm Rebecca.
And I'm Nicola.
And we've been sailing together for almost a year.
And fun fact, we're actually sisters. We know each other inside and out, for good and better, but it's been awesome.
We've known each other for 18 years, so that's definitely a leg up on other crews. But because we know each other so well, we can be very open and almost too honest with each.
We've been enjoying it so much, especially when they're on the water. It's very flat, the sun's out, and we can just be rash shirts, so yeah, pretty stoked.
Yes, it's definitely a lot warmer than Auckland at home. Dad's at home wearing a jumper and jeans, so we're lucky to be on the water and have this beautiful sunshine.
Welcome back to the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series. We've just had race number 4 of the series, just waiting for those results to come through, and then we will continue rolling with the races. 2 more races to go. Cruise Whitsundays ferry just went straight through the racetrack. You can probably see some of the yachts heading right round the back of this incredible amphitheatre that is Jet Passage. It's like a natural stadium, Mal.
It's perfect. It's perfect. And fun fact too, I met Rebecca about 3 years ago in Israel, of all places. I was there coaching the Aussie 470 team, and that was her go in the 470 for New Zealand. And yeah, that's where I first met her.
Oh, amazing. And sailing with your sister would be fun. I do a lot of sailing with my dad. My sisters both decided that they would never, ever sail with me again at about the ages of 7 and 6.
So who wins all the arguments between you and your dad?
That's a silly question.
Yeah, you do. I get it.
So good. No, it is fun sailing with family. You know each other well. And I know that when you sail with Nathan, the gentleman that you first won a gold medal with, you have no arguments either.
Of course not. Of course we do.
It's definitely a fun relationship when you sail with someone for so long. You do become like family, and you have to actually be able to interpret what somebody's thinking, because so much of those manoeuvres and positions that you've seen these sailors putting their boats in, they don't even communicate about it. It's got to become second nature.
Without a doubt, and actually, look, that's one of the distinct differences, I guess, between Nathan with my first medal and Matt Belcher with the second medal. It was Nathan and I sort of grew up together, learning how to win, and Matt and I got shoved together and said, go defend the gold medal 4 years on, and that first year was a real learning experience about what communication meant, or what a word meant to each of you. So it was, you're spot on there with that, and recalibrating that and understanding what your language, or the new language is so important.
And there's going to be some of these teams that are getting in new partnerships. So Sean Connor's now sailing with Otto Henry, and Otto is new to that partnership. Sean went to the last Olympic Games, so they've got to recreate it almost from scratch.
And it's so true. And also you sometimes get a little bit of power difference there. Obviously Sean now is an Olympian, and he's had some great results to him, and now Otto's got to step into that new role and find his place, and who does what within the boat, and who has ultimate control. And certainly one of the rules I always did was that the skipper got the last say because they were holding the helm.
Yep.
Ultimately, they could dictate which way the boats went.
Indeed, they are the ones with the stick in their hands, and that's what I mean. Dad always wins the arguments when we're sailing together because he's the skipper. But we've got the same situation with Evie Hazeldine and Brooke Wilson. Evie went to the Olympic Games last time with Olivia Price. Olivia Price came and commentated with me yesterday, which was fantastic. She's on the island with the AC40 simulator. The Team Australia AC40 simulator is in the Sail Racing shop if you haven't checked that out yet. Good opportunity, but they're in exactly the same boat, recalibrating.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And actually, I remember when Evie and Olivia joined as a team, and I think it was one of the questions that Evie actually asked me was how to get that balance, because obviously Olivia was already a silver medalist. She'd had a lot of Olympic campaigning experience, and Evie was very new to it. So yeah, it's all those things got to be factored in, and I guess that's why they train 5 days a week. I'm not sure how many weeks a year it is, but it'd be, they're probably spending in north of 200 days a year on the water.
And that's where it gets really interesting, because people think that a 4-year period is a really long time until you're in that period, and all of a sudden it's a week out from the next regatta or selection or however it works. I remember emailing you a few years ago when you were campaigning for London, and you said, and I said, sorry to email you in the middle of a regatta, and you said, oh, it's just another day. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Groundhog Day.
That was a long time ago. That was probably 15 years ago. But speaking of those new calibrations, we do have an interview with Brooke Wilson and Evie Hazeldine. We'll play this interview for you now. A lovely catch up with these two female Australian athletes.
Hi, I'm Brooke Wilson. And I'm Evie Hazeldine. And we're a pairing in the 49er FX for Australia. We've been sailing for about 9 months together now. We're having a great time and learning a lot. After the Paris 2024 Olympic Games with Olivia Price, I decided to find a new helm, and my coach Victor Pyer helped me to find Brooke Wilson. So we've really enjoyed the learning curve with each other, as you know, I've had to relearn a few things as well, and Brooke's obviously come from the Ilka, so a little bit of a change of pace in boat speed and racing, and we're really excited to be here on Hamilton Island to race against some of the Kiwi guys and the Kiwi girls team.
Fun fact, we have matching team shoes. Birkenstocks, obviously.
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored. It's a great opportunity that we can be training at home. It's paradise here in Hamilton Island, so being able to sail against, I think we've got a 12 boat fleet this week, so it's an awesome opportunity to get some racing in a medium-sized fleet, which normally would have to go to Europe for. So it's a great opportunity and we're really happy to be here.
We're very, very grateful for Hamilton Island putting on a spectacle here for the 40th anniversary of Race Week, and great to have the Olympic class 49er and 49er FX on the island for some racing.
And we are back for the incredible Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er exhibition series, where within the sequence you can see the flags there. We have about 3 minutes to go until the start of race number 5. Mal, I think if anything is possible, it's just gotten even trickier, I think, on the racetrack. A big down pressure.
I think you're right. I think the pressure has died. Maybe the heat out of the day is now, or the sun's obviously getting lower, so the sea breeze effect that has happened is now sort of passing. So I think you're right. I think it's going to get even trickier for them.
And there is also a helicopter downwind of them now. Now, don't be alarmed. We are fully across this. Salty Dingo's in the helicopter getting some photos of these athletes with the beautiful Hamilton Island Yacht Club in the background. And he's promised to stay downwind. Look how low that helicopter's getting, Mel. Line yourself up.
Going to see all the freckles on their faces, aren't they?
Absolutely awesome. I think we've got 2 minutes to go now, ladies and gentlemen, and a beautiful shot on the screen of these boats lining themselves up. I'm absolutely amazed at how they're able to keep these massive rigs in one spot for such a long period of time.
I think I actually suspect the wind's actually gone a little right as well. Yeah. Obviously, Katie on the water was talking about how there was sort of the runway wind, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that at the moment.
It does look like they may even lay the top mark, or they're going to have a very long starboard tack at least.
Yeah, and with that current help too, that'll only emphasise that.
Interesting time ahead as we start to come towards the gun for 1 minute to go. Watching these flags. When the flag drops, it's 1 minute to go. That blue Peter or preparatory signal will come down as we look down the start line on the water. If you're lucky enough to be on the bomby deck at Hamilton Island, there's 1 minute to go. You will see them all racked up and lined up, and I do think there's a beautiful patch of pressure heading down the right-hand side of the track at the moment. We'll give you updated scores as well as we get into this next race.
So are the sailors radioed up, Nick? Because we actually could tell them about that one that's about halfway down the racetrack now.
The coaches are. Maybe if we just, just started pointing. If everyone started putting their arms that it's on the bomby deck towards the left as you're looking at them, maybe they'd all go to the right and get that puff. I feel like we've got a little bit of a futuristic window into what might unfold on the racetrack. 20 seconds to go till a start, or perhaps just over that. Oh, someone's gone round the pin. They've had to bail out. I think it's Oz 777. That's Mina Ferguson and Dervla Duggan. They've bailed around. Beautiful shots here from our on-water studio. 10 seconds to go, Mal. Oh, who do you want to be? I think I want to be the boat almost like 3 down from the left-hand side of what we're looking at. Go time.
Oh, I'm going to go the other end.
You want the other end?
Towards the pin. Would be better.
Well, let's see who wins. Let's see who wins.
All right, it's a bet.
I'm racing you to the top. Do you remember the time that we were at Sail Melbourne and we had a wasp off?
We did. I did.
We've spent too much time together.
How did that go, Nick?
Yeah, you beat me. You absolutely smoked me. I was absolutely not unashamedly beaten by the double gold medalist.
My boat just had to do a penalty turn,
yep.
So I'm out of the race.
You're out of the race. Penalty turn. Penalty turn down at the left-hand side, and there is this big pressure just sitting at the top right of the course. Very, very similar to last time. As we go to the on-water, look at these athletes. They're double trapping here. Mal, looking good as they come up the course. I think it's gone a little bit left again.
And that's what we were talking about, saying that the wind was dropping, but actually I think even better now. They seem to be trapezing even more so than the first race.
Yeah, perhaps we're not feeling it as much because we're sitting in the beautiful lee of this Hamilton Island Yacht Club.
With the blaring sun in our face.
I mean, we shouldn't be complaining about the sun because in just over a week or under that, we'll be back in the cold weather that is down south. So lucky to be here. Onto a left-hand shift at the moment. You can tell that because most of the boats have tacked over onto port and they're coming back towards the marina now to get back in line with this puff, which I think is sitting just off the yacht club. And on the screen, we have Matthias Coots and Oscar Gunn sailing the North Sails boat, looking very quick coming back across on starboard tack. They're the one coming all the way out to this left-hand side or the right-hand side as you're looking at it, ladies and gentlemen, to get and line up with this puff. This is where we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like that right-hand side of the racetrack, the airport wind is paying dividends for the boats at the moment.
I do think Katie's spot on. That track, that you've got to almost join the dots of that little bit of wind that's able to sneak through the gap down the runway, basically, and doesn't have to go over the hill, or the one that's sneaking over the hill through the marina, or the sneaky puffs coming over the top of the yacht club. Just eyes open.
Although it looks like Matthias Coots out on the left there has actually got some good pressure, so maybe he's going to prove us all wrong.
Indeed, he's on the screen now for those who are interested. Matthias Coots, obviously the son of Russell Coots, who's the CEO of the Sail GP, and he won the Moth Worlds last year in New Zealand. Up and coming in this class, though. Here we go. We're going to have a meet between the starboard tackers and the port tackers. Who will win here? Oh. He tacks back. Must mean he's in the lead. I think that's where I'd tack if I was leading, right in front of them.
right in their face. I think it was the Aussies. I think, is that...
Palm Beach up to windward. Yeah, I think the stealth boat is up to windward again, just looking at this leeward shot, this tracking shot coming back. Great work by Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush. But Matthias Coots is absolutely motoring across here. Oh, just got a massive header, though. And his crew, Oscar Gunn, has had to roll right into the front of the boat. This might be a little lefty, Mal.
Well, it's certainly going to be pressure. So I guess the big thing they want to do is get into the pressure and then work out which tack they're going to be on. Almost looks right at the moment. He's still bow up, sending it.
They've rolled into windward. They've popped up again. Not sure if they'll lay the top mark, but they've got enough extension, I think.
That could be their problem. If they can't lay, then tacking back into those starboard boats could be lethal.
As we come to our top mark shot, looking down from the bomby deck, here comes the critical moment. They roll forward. They go for a big roll tack, trying to keep the wind in their sails for as long as possible. Everyone else has fallen in. Can they get back across? They're on port. They've got no rights. Can they get around, Mel? I think they might get there. The others can't lay now.
No, you're right. I think they're going to be gone in this race.
Around they come. Matthias Coots and Oscar Gunn. Their scorecard's been quite up and down, actually, just checking it out. They've had an 11, a 3, a 9 and a 4. This is good.
Right.
A win is good.
Win would be very good.
Oh, they might struggle to get around this mark with the tide pulling them back. Going for the shoot. Code 0.
Oops. I think there might have been a little bit of confusion there on board. The spinnaker was about to go on the other side of the boat.
Oh, now we've got a pile up coming in on starboard, coming from behind. Palm Beach sails over the top.
Oh, wow. What was that a manoeuvre?
Oh, stylish. Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush, followed by Max Paul up the front for Harry Price, Oz 25. Then Club Car, that's Otto Henry and Sean Connor, followed by Journey Beyond, which is Francesco Cairuz and Hamish McLaren. Then New Zealand 4, and New Zealand 135 in quick succession, which is obviously McLaren, and then New Zealand 4, which is McCarty and Mackenzie. Then New Zealand 900, which is Bacon and McGlashan. Oz 20 is Kurt Hansen and Charlie Zeman having a blinder. Then Oz 5, Amex, first female around and in the mix. That's Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot on Amex. 61 will be next, the Jacks. Jack Ferguson skippering with Jack Hildebrand up the front. Then Mina Ferguson and Dervla Duggan on Oz 777 will round the top mark. That was absolute chaos.
The heart rate got up a little bit there, didn't it?
I know. I'm so glad they've got sponsor marks on their sails to help me out with who they are. AG1 coming in now, the Hume sisters. They'll just seem to be on the tail end of all of the shifts every so often.
That'll be with the experience with sailing the boats. Obviously, you can see some of the other FX ladies are able to get amongst the 49ers, or certainly be closer to them. But I reckon give it another year when they're back up here next year doing this same thing, they're going to be much better for it.
Indeed. You'll know from sailing regattas, Mal, that it's almost when you finish the regatta, you're ready for the start of the regatta.
Often I hear that, especially with teams that don't get together that often, which, will certainly happen with a lot of the teams here at Hamilton Island Race Week. You by the end of the week, you know each other and know how to work and do a much better performance out of the boat.
On the screen, we just had Max Paul and Harry Price. New Zealand 45, Matthias Coots and Oscar Gunn out in front, heading into the bottom mark. I think we're going to have to put a ban on blue spinnakers in this class. All three boats at the front, 1, 2, 3, have blue spinnakers as they head away from the yacht club.
Oh, that's the key to be winning.
Yeah, that's it. We've got to get a blue spinnaker. We have the final boat now coming around the top mark. It is Ord Minette, Brooke Wilson and Evie Hazeldine. They'll round the top. But let's go back to the on-water action. Beautiful shots here. The Sundays, McCarty and Mackenzie. And the starboard tack is absolutely motoring down in the puff that came out of the airport. 2 lines of pressure.
It is. Look at poor Brooke and Evie there. They're just missed out in the gust. You can see it racing in front of them, about 20 metres in front of them, going away. It's all about timing, and obviously there's going to be a bit of luck involved with that.
Yeah. We like to say that luck isn't involved in sailing, and you know what? The better a sailor is, the luckier they get, and we know that. But sometimes, especially on a tricky day like today, you do have to just hope that the puff comes at the right time. I mean, if you're out in front, it always makes it easier.
Doesn't it ever? And I think this racetrack is doing that as well. As we said in the first race of today, the 4th race, that, the rich get richer, and I think the same thing's happening.
I was just thinking that exact line. I think that's a very Fletch comment as well. The rich get richer, he would say. So we come upwind with Matthias Coots and Oscar Gunn. Oscar all the way forward. He's almost hiking off the mast there. The first FX, Laura and Annie, coming downwind. We do have girls racing with the boys. They will have separate prizes. There will be a 49er prize podium and an FX podium, but we also will have an overall podium because, as we mentioned earlier, the girls sometimes beat the boys, especially if it's breezy. So it's fun to have them all in together.
Looking forward to the trade wins tomorrow. I reckon that might be a bit of an equaliser.
Indeed, we'll see that equalled, no doubt. Still,
I think tomorrow it's going to be a little bit more, I guess today's a little bit east of the normal trade winds as well, which obviously work better in Dent Passage.
Well, it works better for viewing because when it ends up being a cross, we have to look straight into the sun, Mal, when we're commentating. It really hurts your eyes. I'm telling you that. Again, I'm complaining about the sunshine. Stop it. We're in paradise. So lucky. Steadfast on the screen, Oz 20, heading upwind. This is the last lap for race number 5. I believe that North Sails boat has extended out in front. New Zealand 4 on the screen, which is McCarty and Mackenzie. They're looking to be in fine form given the amount of time that they've had off. But as you mentioned before, Mal, it's only a matter of time before the seatbelt clicks back in again.
And often you'll see when the athletes have a break, when they initially come back, they're actually really good. And then they go, oh, this is all right, maybe I should try harder. And they have normally a little slump before then they obviously should grow even further and get even better. But it's, I think just that enthusiasm comes through when you initially come back and you normally have a great little spurt.
Yeah, they look really strong there on the screen. Most of the boats now have sort of twigged to that pressure coming out of the left-hand side if you're looking from the bomby deck for those who are here in person. And on the screen, we'll go back to the Sundays, but it's on the left-hand side of your screen as we start to see some of the boats come in towards the top mark at our wider view. Here we are. You can see them. They're so far right. We have to go to the finish camera to bring them in on the course. if we come back to Isaac and Will, they've just tacked over. They've tacked back on the inside of that right-hand shift, which shows you that this right-hand side will pay. And I do think that Palm Beach have actually managed to get into the lead. Where's North Sails? I can't actually see them.
Me neither. So it looks like the stealth boats might have pulled it off again, the Palm Beach stealth boat.
Far out. This boat is sailing incredibly well. We'll come back to our top mark, Cam, just so that we can follow these boats into the finish. This is the last lap, and then we'll have one more race to go. Our on-water crew getting in position for the finish. And it is Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush. They won race number 4, and they've come from, I think, 3rd going down the run, and they've moved into 1st place. That's beautiful sailing.
They're on fire today. Can they get the hat trick?
Oh, goodness. Well, their scorecard so far is 7-1-2-1.
Ooh.
It's pretty tidy.
Yeah, good chances they're going to be leading, I would assume. I just found North Sails.
Indeed. I think they're going to be in 3rd or 4th around the top mark. That right-hand side didn't pay as much as they would have liked. We've got a big tack to come for Oz 25. Oh, as Sean Connor and Otto Henry almost roll the boat into windward. They've got to still get a tack away here. We could see the sneaky from. Let's go to the. We'll go to the finish though, and we'll call.
North is going to slip in a second here.
As we just saw the first boat sneak across the line, we'll come back to this on-water shot. Mateus Coots and Oscar Gunn have managed to sneak in front of Club Car. They've done the sneaky. Otto Henry and Sean Connor sailed beautifully up the last top section of that work.
Yeah, I guess they're probably a little disappointed with the bottom half of the work because they had the lead initially at the bottom, but they saved the second in the end.
Buckingham Marine struggling to get around. Harry Price and Max Paul just get around. Max doing really well nursing that injury. New Zealand 135 will be next. That's K-Roos and McLaren on Journey Beyond.
Must have been a little scary for Max, to think they got their World Championships in one month's time.
Yeah, there's
a
lot of pressure.
See him back on the boat.
Yeah, great to see him back on the boat. There's a lot of pressure building up to a World Championship for athletes at the early stage of the quad, especially because you're starting to prove yourself and you're fighting for funding and sponsorship and all of these things.
Well, most federations make the World Championships very important in that funding piece. So I know Australia certainly does.
The Sundays will come into the finish line just behind Buckingham Marine, and it looks like Jack Ferguson and Jack Hildebrand have managed to sneak inside of New Zealand 900, which is Sam Bacon and Blake McGlashan on Hamilton Island Air. Oz 20 Steadfast, Kurt Hansen and Charlie Zeman.
Always good for the Aussies to get in front of the Kiwis.
It is indeed, and we were leading after day one. Let me just say that. I think, however, that Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush have just had such a beautiful day today on the Palm Beach boat that they may be tough to beat, but it is a no-drop series, so if they have a terrible one, then that's not going to help them. I'll do the overall scoring soon. Oh, Oz 5 just limping around the top mark now. It's the first FX.
Is that Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot?
Indeed it is. They've been doing really well on the FX, and they are the leading FX on this track and in the regatta at the moment. Narrowly missed selection. Last time it was a massive battle to the wire, and I think that's what made our FX squad so strong for the last cycle. Olivia Price and Evie Hazeldine were selected to go and made the medal race and performed incredibly well. And Annie and Laura.
And obviously Annie and Laura are a great team. They
incredible team. Sailed together for a long time.
I think if my memory's right, they were somewhere between 5th or 7th at the last year's World Championship.
Fifth at the last World Championship together, which is a massive, massive effort.
Yeah, and obviously they'll be wanting to at least emulate that in a couple of weeks' time in Sardinia.
Absolutely. We have New Zealand 1-2-2 now coming into the top mark, and I don't think this Freedom boat even knows that they're racing. They're going to cut in between them and the top mark, or are they going to stop? They might stop.
Just trying to get the good camera shot.
Maybe. I'm not sure there's a cameraman on board. I don't know that boat. I do know who's in the helicopter and on every single other boat.
Well, that was certainly an improvement for the sisters there, the New Zealand sisters.
Indeed, it looks like they will finish, if they continue at this rate, they'll finish in front of Brooke Wilson and Evie Hazeldine. You can see how far forward Rebecca is. She's basically on the bow right now. This tack is important because they have to make sure they've got enough clearance with tide.
Oh, I guess one advantage at the moment with them being on starboard jibe is that actually be sweeping them up towards it. But yes, you're right. If you go shy of it, obviously it's expensive to do 2 more tacks, especially into the current.
Big round of applause for that boat with Freedom on the side. That was incredibly polite of them to stop and go behind that 49er FX. That is gentleman or ladylike driving right there. Lovely, lovely. Big gains here. Big
gains. I think the New Zealand girls might be in trouble here.
On the screen, the New Zealanders have actually sailed right off the screen. They're finding it hard to tack around, and I think the Aussies might be able to do the sneaky on the inside. We've got Evie Hazeldine and Brooke Wilson sneaking inside, and there we have it.
Oh, didn't I put the blocker on them so they had a better race?
I don't think it was just you. I did it too. We were positively thinking for the Hume sisters, but the Aussies will cross the line in front to finish 12th in this race with the Hume sisters in 13th. And we will get ready and reset for the next race, the final race of the day. It looks like there is a little bit of pressure coming through and there's hopefully going to be less traffic. But out in front at the moment, Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush on Palm Beach. We do have an interview with those guys, which we will bring up for you so you can have a little bit of a look at their program, how long they've sailed together, a few fun facts as well. Let's go to this interview with Seb and George.
Hi, I'm George Lee Rush from the NZL 49er team.
And I'm Seb Menzies, also from the New Zealand 49er sailing team.
We've been sailing together for about 3 years now, I think, and we're both really small and trying to put on weight, so that's a fun fact.
Yeah, it's so much nicer here. It's super warm, nice blue water, a few whales around, so yeah, we're definitely not complaining.
Yeah, it's a step up for sure from home at the moment, so we were more than happy to come here and get away from it. It's been awesome so far.
Got some heavy hitters in our team. Obviously, Isaac and Will have returned, which is pretty awesome.
Between the Aussies and the Kiwis, we've got an awesome group of sailors at the moment. So the more often we can get together and train with a sort of calibre of sailors, all the better for the whole group.
And we are back for more racing at the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series. We just heard from Seb and George there, and they have just openly admitted that they're one of the lightest teams on the water. This might be revealing.
Fun.
They might be revealing their tricks here in these light conditions.
I just spent so many years dieting to sail the 470. I'm just jealous. One of the interesting things I just heard from the boys there was that sailing with the Australians, and I think that's probably a really key thing for these two teams, especially in summer, because Olympic classes are really heavily weighted to European circuit.
Indeed.
So how do you maximise the whole year? And obviously, one advantage of the Southern Hemisphere was that we have the opposite summer to them, so we can have an endless summer, so to speak. So if the New Zealanders and the Kiwis keep this up, that'll hopefully make both countries better for it.
At the start of this broadcast, Mal, when you were still sailing into the marina, I showed an interview. I had a lovely chat with Ian Stewart, the Performance Director of New Zealand, and Ian Bramble, the Performance Director for the Australian Sailing Team. And we were talking about exactly that fact, the Eurocentricity of sailing. It's a lot easier for the Europeans to just travel across the ditch, essentially, and to train with each other, with multiple people who are pulling from a much larger population pool as well. So for us to be training with the Kiwis is incredibly strong, and especially if we can come here to this beautiful place, which is potentially the waters of 2032. I mean, it's like training in your backyard, and Ian said that. He said, we're happy to call Hamilton Island our backyard. We'll take it. It's good. But yeah, the Kiwis arguably travel more than us. They've got that extra flight added on as well. So
they certainly do. They certainly do. And obviously New Zealand is basically halfway around the world from Europe. But this was the home for the Australian sailing team many moons ago.
I
as
know.
Well. we used to have training camps up here back in the O's.
Indeed.
Around those Beijing, after Athens Games, but around those Beijing Games, we had a lot of camps up here. And you're right, it's a cracking place to sail.
it is a cracking place to sail. And the auditorium just next door to us here, Mel, you may remember we used to have all our nutrition seminars in there and things like that, but we are still learning about nutrition back in the noughties. And then and the gym. I think I did my first chin up on the chin up bar in that gym over
nice.
at Hamilton Island Gym when we were training for London.
Do you reckon you can do it again?
No, never. No, that won't happen.
I think I'll be struggling too.
I know, exactly. Yeah, no, that power to weight ratio is long gone, but it was an incredible training base, I think. And I know that you've also been invited back for multiple medal-winning parades as well.
Oh, yeah, the ticker tape parades, and especially in the days when Audi was sponsoring the event up here, they'd bring across beautiful cars that we'd all get to sit in and go along the street front, and obviously celebrating it with our community was something really special.
Absolutely. And I'm wondering if we've got our comms down on the water. Are we able to bring Katie in? Oh, she's just enjoying the action. That's okay. I'll keep an eye on her from up here. But it is really light now on this right-hand side as you're looking out at the racetrack, but the left-hand side for the sailors who are looking upwind, very, very light out on the track on that side. That puff just keeps coming from the airport over there, Mel.
Yeah, it keeps us. I guess it's the easiest way for the wind to get over the island is either through the marina or down the runway. So this right, as the sailors look at it, the right-hand side of the racetrack is going to be, I think, the high percentage play.
And we do have Katie on the line. She's got some more insights from down on the water. Katie, what are your tricks, key points? Where do you want to be for the next race?
Well, Nick, as we saw in the last race, there was a late left shift which made the pin quite strong. There was even an opportunity for a port tack start for a short period of time there.
Oh,
we
really?
are now looking at, it's really a pressure race. So sailing to those gusts on the water. The last race we saw Palm Beach Motor Yachts and North Sails doing that the best up the beat in the 49er. In the FX we saw the girls on Amex doing that nicely.
Indeed, Laura and Annie sailed a beautiful race. They even managed to get in front of some of the boys, but it eased off as we come into 4 minutes to go, Katie. It does look like we're in sequence.
We are in sequence. We have 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go, and this race is really all about the pressure. Right now, bottom right of the course is looking the best, and there is a left build at the top third, so it'll be exciting as always, and we'll see who gets there first.
And thank you so much, Katie Spithill. We were just talking about training camps here, and I remember racing you to the top of Passage Peak. Have you done Passage Peak since you've been here this week?
I have done it twice now. The first time was a walk and talk with a lot of the female athletes that are here. The second time was a punish and was a run, and it was definitely not what we achieved back in the days of fitness camps here at Hamilton Island.
Oh yeah, I don't run anymore, Katie, so there's no way I'd get close, let me tell you that.
Are you free tomorrow morning, Nick?
You know what, I'll do a walk and talk with you. Andrew will shake his head, he'll be like, she won't. No, I will, I'll do a walk and talk with you, how about that?
And I think Malcolm would love to do a fitness challenge to the top as well.
Sure, no problems.
I think we've been stitched up here as we're in sequence.
You're training for a marathon, Katie, no way. Not having any part of it.
Fun and games. So we have 2 minutes 30 here at the moment, and they're all starting to rack up, and all the breeze is on the right side of the course.
Thank you so much, Katie, for keeping us in the mix. Katie Spithill, ladies and gentlemen, we'll catch you tomorrow for the final. Thank you so much. Katie Spithill there leading our on-water team as we go back to the on-water vision. We have 2 minutes 15 to go for the final race of today. Incredibly tricky. They're all lining up on starboard. Oh, goodness gracious me. Pressure. And pressure and pressure. We need pressure, and there is pressure.
Without a doubt. It's really going to take form, this regatta, isn't it, after 6 races? 2/3 done. So it's going to be really, I guess, thinking about the Stealth Palm Beach boat that's won the first 2 races. If they can just have a solid, low-scoring race, I think that should be their mentality going into this. But you never know. Sometimes when people start to win and get the yellow jersey on, they start to do some crazy things. And first is the only thing they'll accept, opposed to maybe a 3 and a 4, which would keep their scorecard ticking over nicely.
Indeed. It is a game of consistency, sailing. You're much better off actually just locking away a good score, especially in this event, rather than taking a risk. So hopefully we see that unfold for some of these sailors as we get ready to count down 1 minute to go. We'll see the Peter flag come down very, very shortly. There we go. 1 minute to go for the final race of the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series, Day 2.
Well, that was quite a mouthful. Well done.
Thank you. No, it's fantastic. And I do want to say a big thank you once again to Palm Beach Motor Yachts for their support of this. I know Mark Richards really, really loves coming to Hamilton Island, and it's amazing to see the Yachtsman's powerboat really being connected to the future of yachting and the future of powerboating as well. So it is an incredible platform that these sailors have been given the opportunity to race and to come here and to practice and to train and to look towards an Olympics that may or may not be a dream. So
I think, Hamilton Island will play its part towards 2032. Even if it's not the actual Olympic venue, it's going to be part of the game.
We're counting down to the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is go time now. You see them accelerate. A great start at the pin end to New Zealand, 1-2-2. The Hume sisters have had an absolute cracking start. Hopefully they can hold their lane all the way down towards the pin end. Oz 61 just starting to peek out across their bow. That's Jack Ferguson and Jack Hildebrand on Easy Go. Another new pairing. Jack Ferguson has sailed with a few different people in the 49er. Looks like some are doing circles at the boat end on the left-hand side if you're looking out off the bommy deck or on the screen at the moment. The sunshine. This is incredible. Oh, another circle. Oh, no. That's the stealth boat. That's Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush. They've pushed a bit too hard there, Mal.
Oh. Yeah, so maybe it's going to be really difficult for him to get the hat-trick today.
Now we're going for that third win. Tough. Can't be over. And these coaches aren't taking it easy on them. I think the Australian coaches and the New Zealand coaches, there's quite a coaching team here. They're ensuring that they look after their athletes by making sure they do their penalty turns. Club Car's just gone for a penalty turn as well. They've been told to do their turn. Otto Henry and Sean Connor. I think there were quite a few boats over.
A lot of boats were over, weren't they?
Maybe half the fleet were over.
The way they handled the boats on the start line are pretty impressive, though. They're being able to dip and roll and accelerate, maybe a little bit too well.
Maybe too well, indeed. They really roll the boat to leeward with their body weight and then almost pump down on the wires to get that rig in the right format. Looks like a right-hand shift at the moment.
Yeah, I think the right's going to pay dividends, or right hand from the sailor's perspective. As we look at the screen, it'll be, the left-hand side of the racetrack.
And you can see there's a big puff at the finish. Those are the finish marks on the screen at the moment. There's a massive puff here, and the boats that are furthest out that side are in an absolute cranking right-hander. You may not be able to see, Mal.
I've got a pillar in the way.
Oh, my gosh, yeah, there's a big pillar underneath the bomby deck, but they are...
They could almost set a spinnaker.
They're almost in a southerly out on this right-hand side, smoking along. You can see them here on the wide shot. If you look over here, Mal, past the pillar. Behind the pillar. That's the Transformers line, wasn't it? Megan Fox, yeah. Oh, they've just headed now. That's no good. They've come right back down again. But they did have a moment of glory there. That was amazing.
They've also lost pressure too, which is not so good.
Mateus Coots, again, in a really nice spot in the middle. You can see him just coming across the right-hand side and tacking back right into that band of pressure with Oscar Gunn up front, really rolling that boat over. That was beautiful. Easy crossing.
I think Mateus is on a pretty good line there. I feel like he's going to be the lead boat at the moment.
As we come back to on the water, you can see the boats heading back across on starboard tack. There's the Sundays and North Sails on the screen. 2 Kiwis making the most of this line of pressure in the middle of the course. Oh, they've run out of pressure out on the left-hand side. That's Seb and George. I'd say current series leaders. They're chopping wood at the moment. That's really rough.
Yep, they're dead in the water at the moment.
Oof. But North Sails back on the screen, doing a beautiful job here up to windward of this pack as we head in towards the top mark. They've still got a few tacks to go. Tacking over now.
Faded back into a left phase. I think it's very smart of them to do it early. Obviously to get onto that, to get back out onto that right-hand side, because if you wait to the dead zone, you're going to be obviously about to manoeuvre the boat and tack. It's going to cost you 4 times as the amount.
When they're on starboard tack as well, they're now going head into that current. It looks to be, I mean, it's a lot higher than it was when we first sat out on this veranda as they tack back. Again, North Sails is coming into the top mark now. Go to our top mark view.
There was a great example then by the leading Kiwis about how to tack in no wind. It was very difficult for them to get the boat going again. But they're away now.
We will have the North Sails boat come onto the screen any tick of the clock. This rib has no idea what's going on. Big wake across the course. This will be really, really tough on these sailors. I know it's a tiny little wake. Looks like they're on lay if they can get over these waves. Watch how much these bumps affect them.
You just see them ease the sails there too, just to make sure they can keep the boat moving.
There we go.
Through that sloppy water.
They've made it. They lead around the top mark twice in 2 races. They did the last time as well, going straight for that jibe to get back into the airport puff.
Oh, look at that, the gusts of the day. They're away. They're going to be very hard to catch now.
Famous last words.
I put the mocker on them again.
Oh, we'll just stick with this top mark, I think. And next around is Isaac.
The silver medalist.
The silver medalist, indeed, sailing beautiful. Isaac McCarty and William McKenzie, they're around and hoisted. They've got a boat on port coming into the top mark, though. That is Club Car, Otto and Sean. But next around is New Zealand 135, K Rouge and McLaren on Journey Beyond. They've gone for a straight set, then it's easy go. Jack Hildebrand hoisting that spinnaker for Jack Ferguson on the back. We've got lots of shouting. Amex coming in to the top mark. The girls are in a good spot, but they will really struggle to lay here. Oz 20 likely to go round the outside. That is Kurt Hansen and Charlie Zeman on Steadfast. Look at this gorgeous shot on the water. Oh, come on. Get it around, Otto. Lots of shouting. Starboard, starboard, starboard.
I think they're all on starboard.
IGA could be in for a glamour here. Come on, Mina, go right around the outside.
25 there had the spinnaker up even on the work.
Code 0. Look at North Sails. You can't quite see them off the screen. Perhaps if we go back to our wide top mark view, you'll see them come back into the frame in about 3 seconds. They are absolutely smoking down in a massive right-hander. There they are, right on the far side of the screen. That is a massive, massive southerly puff.
Gone. They are gone.
They're going to have to... They'll have to work to the bottom mark, maybe. When they jive, they're beyond.
Yep.
This is interesting.
I get the feeling that actually the current might be dying a little.
Maybe we're getting to that point where it's going a little bit slack, because they shouldn't be able to get around that mark like that. On the water now, Mina Ferguson and Devla Duggan are around and in a puff. So are Brooke Wilson and Evie Hazeldine with the black spinnaker Oz 44 up to windward. They're away. They've gotten a monster puff just there. They are sponsored by Ord Manette. Back to this wide shot so we can see the bottom mark coming back across that blue spinnaker. Blue spinnakers are fast. North Sails. Matthias Coots and Oscar Gunn sailing an absolute cracker. Here's AG1, the Hume sisters, coming across as well.
The Matthias Coots, the New Zealander, has actually got to the bottom gate and is rounded. He must have over a minute lead.
That is massive.
in a 12-minute race, that's pretty handy.
That is really handy. That would work well on IRC.
It would, yes, yes. Especially when he's got the same handicap as everyone else.
I know when you're racing Hooligan, Mel, you have to put a lot of distance on your fleet, so we'll envisage that for you tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Maybe I need to take some of his minutes and steal it for tomorrow.
Oh, so good. Look at this wide shot. You can see the air blowing down from the yacht club. Looks like the helicopter's going back to land. I'm sure there's some stunning shots coming back towards the yacht club. Everyone else smoking into the bottom mark now. A few more jibes to come for them as Matthias Coots and Oscar Gunn head back out to that left-hand side. I think our on-water crew will head over there. You can see the boat heading that way now. There they are. Matthias has just tacked onto starboard tack. He's on the right-hand side of the screen. If we switch to on-water, there he is coming upwind. Quite hard to see because he doesn't have his spinnaker up. Right on the right-hand side of the screen.
Second place is only just round the bottom gate. Second
Goodness
and third.
Gracious me. There's second going around now. That is beautiful sailing by the team on North Sails.
I hope they learnt from their mistake at the last race when they were leading at the gate as well, but then lost it by the top. So
I think that's why they've done a 50-50 and come back. The last work, they went all the way out to that right-hand side.
True.
Now they've done a 50-50 and tacked halfway along instead of going all the way to the corner. Hopefully that helps them out. Beautiful vision of these boats from on the water.
Yeah, the lead boat, though, he's still in light wind. They're both crouching on the side of the boat.
A few boats have opted actually to round that right-hand gate and they're heading out to the left-hand side. But here's North Sails on the screen. Sunset shots. Look at that. Can we take a picture of that? That is absolutely stunning.
They're away now too, Nick. They got their
back on the wire.
As I say, low hooks, fully stretched on the wire, and starting to ease sails.
Just so beautiful.
We are at Hamilton Island.
I know. How lucky are we?
The beautiful Whitsundays.
Oh, fantastic. If you have just joined us, we're so lucky to be broadcasting the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series, not only to the big screen on Front Street, also around the yacht club, to every single hotel room on the island, and to the Hamilton Island YouTube and the Sailor Girl Facebook pages. So it's been fantastic to be bringing you this action live and to show and showcase Olympic sailing in the Whitsundays. Looks like a big header for North Sails.
We've also got a big ferry coming through the racetrack. This could mix things up.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Freedom, is it?
It is one of the Cruise Whitsundays boats, so it's the ferry from the mainland coming in. I think this will be the ferry that a lot of the commuters catch home of an evening back to Chute Harbour.
I reckon Matthias is going to be lucky enough to get across this, but he might be the only boat.
He's on the screen now. We'll stick with him and I think we'll get a view of whether he does make it across. The yacht club there behind him on the screen. They're trying really hard. It looks like the ferry stopped. The ferry has stopped.
They're going to get quite a spectacle as well.
Oh my goodness gracious me. They've tacked over. And I think the ferry will now recommence their route, which might actually not help Matthias and Oscar Gunn here as they come back to the airport puff, shall we call it?
The airport puff or the marina puff.
Airport/marina puff. This is the last lap of the last race. They will sail home after this.
So a starboard rounding at the top and obviously the reach to the finish.
Indeed. Right in front of the yacht club. How cool? How cool is this? Tacking over. Oh, great job. That was a beautiful tack.
I had a pillar in the way. I missed out on that.
I'm watching the on-water vision over here, Mal. It's beautiful.
We're right into the sun.
There's the ferry going behind North Sails. And I think they've actually minimised their damage. Lovely work by that ferry.
They put the ferry out to hold the opposition back.
Yeah, they dialed them up earlier. And here is Isaac McCarty and William McKenzie on starboard tack. I think they're the next boat in the parade into the top mark. Approaching the top mark now is North Sails Matthias Coots and Mr. Oscar Gunn. They will tack around and head to that finish line. And coming in hot, the silver medalists. You can see Matthias Coots is already on that finishing leg. Look at all the people on the bomby deck. That is magical. What a win for this team. Haven't sailed together for very long. I believe Matthias Coots said they've sailed together for 24 days, 8 hours, 36 minutes and 16 seconds.
Wow,
something like that.
Their performance, their performance today, you know, with a second in the previous race and obviously getting the bullet this time.
Indeed. Big cheers coming from the bomby deck.
You can hear that.
Which is fantastic. Here is the next place boat coming around the top mark. It is the Sundays.
Silver medalists from the Paris Games.
And what a recovery from day one with a busted halyard. Isaac McCarty and William McKenzie, two lovely humans as well, just getting back into their campaign.
Comeback kids. Look at this, the Palm Beach stealth boat into third place, which is great after their penalty turn at the start.
That is amazing. Great work by Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush. That will definitely put them in the overall lead on board Palm Beach. Whoa, big battle. Someone's in the water.
Uh-oh, swimming.
Off Journey Beyond.
That was a little bonus point there for Club Car.
Yeah, Club Car have managed to sneak through Otto Henry and Sean Connor. That might save their day, in fact. Journey Beyond on 135 is Keiruz and Hamish McLaren. 25 is next, Buckingham Marine, Harry Price and Max Paul. Then Oz 61. That's Jack Ferguson and Jack Hildebrand on Easy Go.
Jack squared.
Jack squared, indeed. Jack and Jack.
Got the few FXs heading in now too.
Indeed. Oz 5 have just managed to hold on to the lead, but Brooke and Evie Hazeldine are sailing incredibly quickly down to leeward of them. I think Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot have managed to get across their bow. And they will control them into the finish. Steadfast attacking out on the far lay line. It's Kurt Hansen and Charlie Zeman, one of the full rigs. I think the FXs might get the full rig here. And another full rig behind them too.
Couple there, yeah.
That's a nice finish.
I wonder what the banter's like between them later on if, you know, the FXs get the win over the boys and give them grief.
Great job.
I even just saw some cheering from the Marshall boat at the top mark.
I think it's pretty awesome to see an FX getting in front of a full rig. Two full rigs, in fact. New Zealand 900 is also not yet around the top mark. So across the line now, we'll see Annie Wilmot and Laura Harding on Amex, Oz 5. Then it will be Charlie Zeman up front for Kurt Hansen on Steadfast, Oz 20. New Zealand 900, Sam Bacon and Blake McGlashan on Hamilton Island Air, tacking inside Ord Manette, Olivia, pardon me, Evie Hazeldine and Brooke Wilson, Olivia Price, her former skipper. I still recognise that number, Oz 44. It's hard to get them out of your brain.
Isn't it ever? That's great for Evie to keep the same number.
Yeah, I think it's lovely. I
heritage.
commentated them at the Olympic Games too, so it's amazing how you can absorb that information. Look at this beautiful shift that the Hume sisters are coming in on over on the far side. Into the finish. Oh, it's tight. I think the FX just missed that extra place. Next will be Oz 777 IGA, Mina Ferguson and Dervla Duggan. They cross the line. And finally, AG1 New Zealand 122. the Hume sisters, Nicola and Rebecca. But I think leading overall, Seb Menzies and George Lee Rush with a 7-1-2-1-3. On the screen is the Hume sisters. They make their final tack to head into the finish. Great sailing by this very, very new pairing and also new to the class. But while they head into the finish, we might find an interview with the winner of that race, Matthias and Oscar. Because this was quite an entertaining interview. They're quite comedic, these two. I think it actually echoes the vibe that's on board. They did also have a very, very strong day. So we'll check out this interview with the North Sails pairing, Matthias Coots and Oscar Gunn, before we wrap out today's racing to get ready for tomorrow.
I'm Matthias Peter Thompson Coots.
I'm Oscar Gunn.
We've been sailing together on the 49er for 34 weeks, 4 days, 8 hours, 20 minutes and 13 seconds.
Oh, it's pretty good. You know, it's cold at home and we were getting some pretty rainy, cold sessions in.
We're enjoying our time here. It's pretty nice. The Aussies are pretty nice. All the staff here are pretty nice people, so as long as we don't get under their skin, they seem to be pretty nice.
I think it's pretty good racing. We're just out here, obviously, to beat the Aussies. It's the main one, and then there'll be some inter-Kiwi rivalry, so we'll see what's teeing off.
And as long as we're beating Will Mackenzie, yeah, that's really important as well, to be honest.
Yeah. Indeed. So thank you so much for joining us today for the Palm Beach Motor Yachts Trans-Tasman 49er Exhibition Series. It was an entertaining interview, that's for sure, with Matthias Coots and Oscar Gunn. They've got a real humour about them, and I think every team really finds their vibe. So it was lovely to be able to catch up with them. We've got plenty more interviews to come tomorrow, and we'll wrap out the series. But I just want to say an absolutely huge thanks to Malcolm Page for sitting alongside me, dual gold medalist, CEO of Australian Sailing, tactician on Hooligan, the winning boat on IRC today. You've got a presentation to get to at 5:30.
Good point. Better get to that.
Indeed. The presentation will be down on Front Street at 5:30. Thank you so much, everybody, for today. My pleasure to be with you. Nick Douglas out. We'll see you tomorrow.